Business over here. All right, good afternoon. We'll call this meeting to order. We'll start tonight with the Pledge of Allegiance. Dan, you want to get us going on that? Whoa, it's over here.
Hand over your heart, ready to begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I'll recognize that we have a quorum here tonight. This is a board workshop on student planning and strategic planning with student education. I don't see any members of the public here to provide any commentary. I will ask the board here, please remember that this is a board workshop. We have nothing actionable on this agenda. So having said that, I'll turn it over to the superintendent.
Thank you, President Drum, members of the board and cabinet here tonight. Tonight we welcome, we're starting with Dr. Casey Blowhutchik, close enough, sorry, and Jennifer Matakin, who are here from Studer Education, national educational kind of leadership development organization that does work around the country, and they have been doing a lot of work with us starting in the summer, really, and we all got to visit many of us got to visit the Studer summer program, and they've been working really hard with us and being at our alt meetings, and they're going to share sort of the progress that we've made so far and then the plan moving forward. So this is an interactive session for board members to be able to ask any and all questions. They will pose questions to you as well. So it's really important that the board is involved in this process, and the input tonight is a start in that direction. So welcome. Thank you guys for coming from out of town and being here and working with us for many hours today already. So we'll turn it over to both of you guys. Thank you so much for being here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Thurman. Are we good on the sound? Yeah. Okay, lovely. You want us to speak into it? All right, there we go. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you here this afternoon. My colleague Jen and I are just honored to be representing Studer Education with your organization. We've got 4 real outcomes for our time together with you this afternoon. We want to have an opportunity to share a little bit about ourselves and Studer Education with you, and we'd like to learn a little bit about you and your vision for Ramona Unified School District moving forward. So we'll have an opportunity to hear from each of you about what you love and are proud of about your district and what you envision for opportunities for improvement moving forward. And then we're going to provide to you an overview of who Studer Education is, our work both around the country and in the state of California, and a little bit about the foundational work that we do alongside leaders in organizations that we partner with that are committed to organizational excellence. As part of that process, we will then dig into what we call the why, what, and how of the bodies of work that we've been planning alongside your executive leaders here in Ramona Unified. We'll spend quite a bit of time tonight sharing with you the roadmap for the strategic planning process and gain your input into what that can and will look like, as well as sharing with you some of the leadership tactics that your team has already had the opportunity to engage with and will as we move forward throughout the course of this year. So no doubt you can already tell from my accent that I am not from California. My name is Casey Blowhutchik. I really appreciate any attempt at my last name, but Casey or Casey B is completely fine. My home is Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I have the honor of serving Studer Education as the Vice President of Leader Coaching. So what that means is that not only do I have the opportunity to be in the field with organizations organizations like yours, but I also serve as a leader on our team of other coaches out doing great work for other organizations. And I come to this work at Studer Education with a pretty typical educational leadership career trajectory. I started in the high school classroom and was a relatively early career leader in an early and long-time Studer Education partner. So the work that I have the honor of coaching was also something that was part of my practice as a building and executive team leader for a decade in an organization. A little bit about me personally. My husband, Andy, and I share that home in Milwaukee, Wisconsin with our 2 aging dogs. They are both in double digits and are just getting a little sweeter and more aged every single day. And Andy and I this summer had an opportunity to spend some time in an area of Wisconsin that is an obligatory vacation place if you live in Wisconsin, and it's called Up North, which essentially means you go to a wooded area in the northern part of the state and you might spend some time on a dock looking at a lake and getting eaten by mosquitoes. So that was our most recent trip that we had together, but we do enjoy traveling and like to spend a little bit of time in lots of different places. And I am really honored to be serving alongside my amazing colleague Jen, and I'll give her an opportunity to introduce herself.
Well, good evening. My name is Jennifer Marroquin. I sometimes go by Jen, but Jennifer is my given name. I am from California. I am from the great city of Tulare, California. So it is smack dab in the middle of the state between Fresno and Bakersfield. And so just a little bit about me is I have 25 years of educational experience. I have worked in a variety of different roles, from classroom to district administrator to executive leader, that was where I last landed. I had the privilege of overseeing a variety of departments, such as special education, alternative education, early childhood. I've served on the state work group for the UPK, which is the transitional kindergarten group, for the work that we've done in our district previously. I also was a Studer partner in my district, and I had the wonderful opportunity to lead the work that we did in our organization. So I worked directly alongside our executive cabinet, our principals, vice principals, on both the operational side of the house, but also on the academic side. So really bridging the gap to be able to move and align all of our organizational improvements. And we made really great gains. A little bit about me personally is I am married. My husband is also in education, so he's an assistant superintendent at a county office in Visalia, and we have been married for 28 years. I have 2 grown boys. We are now in the empty nest phase of our life, and so I have one son who is attending Ohio to get his master's in theater arts, and another son who's moving to Florida here in a few months. So as you can imagine, where mom's at in California, 2 boys living their best life on the East Coast, but I'm so proud of them. And I am just excited about this opportunity. We've been able to do a lot of great work already with the executive leaders here at Ramona, and so we are excited to continue to work on that and to connect with you as the board to find out what's important to you and to get to know you a little bit better. So, I do not know or have the privilege, Casey and I don't know all of you. I know Casey had the opportunity to meet a few while you were in Chicago, but I would love it if we could take an opportunity to go around and share your name and also what makes you proud to say that you are a board member for Ramona. So I will start. Is there anybody who'd like to volunteer to go first?
Darren's trying.
Okay, can everybody hear me? All right, I wasn't signaling, I was just getting ready.
I figured it was Family Feud and you were like
Right.
trying to hit that button.
My name is Darren Drum. I am a long-term resident of Ramona. In my 3rd term here on the board. One of the things that makes me proud is I get to serve my kids. I've had 2 daughters that went through the Ramona schools from start to finish, and I have my 3rd daughter is a freshman in our schools. So that's my connection to this district. And people ask you about your why. That's my why.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah, why don't you jump in?
I'll jump right in.
You were voluntold, Dan.
I'm jumping. Well, I'm Dan Summers. I've lived 38 years in Ramona. I grew up in North Park in San Diego. I'm pretty connected to Ramona. I was a fire medic here for a number of years, and I was on the planning group for 8 years, and now I'm on the school board. My goal here on the school board is to have our kids have the highest reading, writing, and math scores in the county. That's my goal. That's why I'm here.
Thank you so much.
Dawn, you're on.
All right, I didn't know if we were going in order. Casey and I have already met, as you know, Darren, having spent the few days in Chicago. I wish she had not brought her weather with her this time. Yeah, thanks for that humidity today. Anyway, I am a veteran board member here in Ramona Unified, 5 generations of our family here in this community. 4 kids that went through Ramona schools in a variety of formats, independent study, Montessori, traditional, everything we have pretty much. And now I have 8 grandchildren here in the community that all live within 5 minutes of where we're sitting. Some of them are already old enough to be in our schools. Some of them will be soon. So they are part of my why, but truly it never was about my kids. It was about our town and a comprehensive approach to what makes our town good. Being the biggest employer in the community, hands down, needing to drive 20 or 30 minutes to get to the nearest community means that we really own the things that happen in our town, from babies through senior citizens, and our schools are a big part of that.
Thank you, Dawn.
Oh, because you don't know that about me already? Come
I
on.
want to be able to refer to it.
Yes.
I want to be able to say, Dan, remember when
You said that? Yeah.
Because I liked it. I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
Roger.
I am actually a teacher. Been on the board, this is my 19th year. I don't know if you heard that. I'm a teacher. I've been on the board for 19 years. I think what makes me proud of the district is really our vocational programs. And I think that that's something that sticks out. Like the others, I really want to see our scores grow. We've commented on that many, many times. And I also want to make sure that we're accurate in our teaching. There's a lot of things that, if I was able to have my wish, we would be able to tell the state what to do. They wouldn't be telling us what to do. That would be my wish, and that would fix a lot of problems that we have. But I see some people are nodding yes. But I think that when I think of all 5 of my kids went through this system and everything, that it served them well, and they in many ways, what's great about Ramona is that it shields them from a lot of things that you would normally have. Living up here, you feel like you're in a different state. This doesn't really have, to me, a California feel. I feel like I'm more like in Idaho or something, although there's a lot of people going there. But it's just a different feel, and it is a close-knit community. I grew up in Poway, and it was that way, but Poway's not that way anymore. And I work at Poway High School. I run the engineering program there. So.
Nice to meet you, Roger. Thank you.
Nice to meet you too.
Hi, my name is Maya Phillips, and as you can tell by my accent, I'm not from here, but I spent the last 22 years in Ramona, so I raised my kids here in town, and they all went through Ramona schools. I got on the board because I wanted to make a difference, and what makes me the most proud of our district, like Roger said, our career technical education, but of course I would like to see our academic scores to be higher, and I think that's the primary purpose of education. The basics, like Dan said, math, reading, writing, the basics, that I think we need to improve upon. Thank you.
Can I just add one more thing? Because as she was saying that, I was thinking, future goal. If we were able to somehow help our students get rid of their anxiety
get rid of these issues that they're having that's preventing them from learning. If phones, cell phones did not exist, that would be helpful. But I see there's all these things that our society has brought in that has literally made it difficult for our kids. And we have policies. They're not supposed to have their cell phone out in class, but as soon as they go on lunch or break, their phones are out, or they go home, they're playing on their phones. So it's just such a huge distraction when they could be focusing on things that's really going to prepare them for their future. So that's an area for me that I really, lately I've been really focusing on it. How do we help our students become self-starters and have that initiative to go beyond the norm and really take advantage of all these opportunities? I mean, they're getting a free education. As soon as they leave, it's not free anymore. And they may not be able to afford it. So anyways, that's what I've been thinking a lot of.
Well, and I appreciate that because you made a nice transition into like the next question is we also want to hear what's top of mind for you as board members too, as we are working alongside your leaders. We're working through the strategic planning process of what is important to you. We know your why. And then what are some of those things what would improvement look like? And so Roger, you kind of started us off, and I know Dan, you started to share a few things, but I'd like to open it up so we could really hear what's top of mind for each of you, so that as we're working, we have a better understanding and clarity moving forward as well.
I would like to see CASP test scores to go up significantly, by a lot, not just by a couple of percentage points. But let's say from 30s or 40s percentage points up to 60s, 70s, not just by 5 or so.
Having more students being proficient at understanding those skills, which is increasing those scores.
Well, test scores reflect how proficient they are, yes.
Yep.
That's the way you can measure it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see that college is no longer the important thing that kids are pursuing. That it's actually, they're pursuing their careers, but vocational careers where they can go get an apprenticeship, or they can go directly to the workforce like we used to talk about in the 90s, is actually just as valuable, because we're seeing this huge trend. You can actually make more money being a plumber, an electrician, than going to college and spending all that money. You can just go right into the workforce. You can get certified right on the job doing it. And so I see that not that we go backwards, but that we go back to what works. And another thing along with that is there's a lot of new things coming, like AI, and I know that's a concern for a lot of people. What does that look like? I don't think we have a choice. We're going to have to embrace it. However, I think that it's that, along with engineering, robotics, all the stuff that's coming. How do we adapt that into the schools? How do we have the fortitude to do it? Because number one, it's so new. Some things are free, some things aren't, but how do we provide those opportunities for our kids in a society that in many ways we're still kind of unsure how that's going to affect our society? So there's just a lot of questions about it that we just don't really know. But the kids already know because they're using it all. They use everything all the time.
Yeah, I'm ready. So yeah, the things my colleagues have mentioned, test scores are a big one. The altruistic part of me is all the soft stuff, right? The people skills, being good people, good character, safe schools, competency in all subject areas, prepared for adult life. But to sum it up in something a little more tangible, I get asked all the time by community members, why aren't Ramona schools better? Well, what makes you think they're not good? Well, what I see on social media, the bullying, which I don't think we have a huge problem with, but one incident really gets people worked up, right? Obviously, it's their children. And by entities like Chamber of Commerce, realtors, people who are thinking about moving to Ramona, it's the Great Schools rating. right? That great schools rating and everything that goes into that. If we could bump that up, obviously that means a lot of things in our district that are good for kids, but it's a measurable way for me to tell people how good our schools are. Yep.
I think there's fallout from improvement in grades. I think that if a student is better at math and English and reading and writing, there's a certain level of pride in that. And I think a lot falls out from that, like improvement in athletics, their social life, their development of work skills and character and responsibility. But it all starts at getting and keeping and accomplishing good grades. And then there's a natural fallout from all of that. But number one is improving the grades.
So I hear my colleagues talk a lot about test scores and grades. That's how we measure what we do here. But let's not forget the word proficiency at the end of the day. There are some who may not perform well in an exam, but they are, or our traditional measurement device, but they are incredible students, they're good people, they're going to be great parents and great employees, and I don't know how to change the narrative or the measuring device, but scores are important, but that's not how we measure a student. That's not what we should use to vision. What's the portrait of our graduate? Steal your words. What's the portrait of a graduate? Because somebody might not do well in our academic environment, but they're an incredible electrician or an incredible plumber, and those professions are not going to be replaced by AI. They're going to be streamlined, as they probably should. The supply management, the ordering of the equipment, the scheduling, making sure that they only make right turns on their way to the place instead of left like Amazon tries to do, because there's more vehicle accidents when you turn left than if you turn right. What does success look like? And I don't know that success is a reflection of the scores. Unfortunately, that's how we measure it. So I don't think I alone in this meeting today am going to be able to change the narrative, but to me, that's what I would like to see happen in the future.
Well, I appreciate each of us taking that opportunity, because that really gives us insight into who Ramona is, and you as board members, what's important to you, but also what you take pride in as well. And so as we're going through this process, I know Casey's going to start talking here about who we are as Studer and our strategic planning process, but thank you for taking that time to help us get to know you better.
You're going to hear a lot about us as a people-first organization, and so that opportunity to know your why, what maybe keeps you up at night as you think about where Ramona is going in the future, is really helpful. And I was jotting down some pieces to make some connections for us as we have an opportunity to keep talking today. So just a real quick peek back and maybe a reminder about who we are as an organization. So you can kind of see from the map there where Studer Education is positioned across the country. I think the point of pride that I have as a leader in our organization when I look at those couple of bullet points about who we are as an overview is the second from the bottom, that we've had the opportunity to work with organizations and leaders in those organizations to impact the outcomes for 1.5 million students. And I think that that's pretty extraordinary and really something that I'm honored to be able to do across the country. When we zoom into California, not going to read all those partners that we have the privilege of working alongside in your state here, but you can start to see just the depth of organizations across your lovely state of California. From the very top, you might be one of our most southern partners in California. But we sort of range in size, not only across the country, but in California. And you can also get a sense of some of the County Office of Education's, as well as the TK-8 and TK-12 school districts that we have the honor of partnering with across the state. And our why as an organization, what we bring into the work alongside leaders and organizations like yours, is what we call our flywheel, which is on the right-hand side of that slide. And we believe that when organizations can have teams where everyone feels a sense of purpose, they believe they're doing worthwhile work, and they see how that work is making a difference for those that you serve, that gets that flywheel moving. And so you'll hear us again talk about people first. That's the center of the flywheel. When we do that well in an organization, those outside components start spinning, right? When folks can see their direct work having an impact, we can lean in and accelerate improvement. The workplace becomes inspiring, we build strength in our folks as improvers, and we're able to accelerate results. And the way that we do that is alongside leadership teams, we believe leaders don't have any other option but being exceptional in an organization. And to be an exceptional leader, you have to be strong in both the cultural part of our work, caring for people, knowing their individual whys, celebrating when they do great work, when they contribute in positive ways, understanding what's tricky about their work and getting barriers out of the way for them. But we can't just be a nice place to work. We also have to be a place that achieves results for those that we serve. That's the strategy side. And so our work alongside leadership teams, and you'll hear from Jen a little bit later in our time together, works on tactics and leadership actions that cross both of those. And it's been a joy to start that journey already on a couple of occasions with your leadership team here in Ramona. And all of the work that we do around those tactics, and I know one of the board members has her, we call it the green book, Maya's got hers here tonight, is really built upon what we call the 9 principles of organizational excellence. That book, we've started to use it already with your leadership team here in the district. We've explored principle 1 and then principle 9 most recently. But they really invite us to think about the different tactics that help us be leaders for culture in our organizations and leaders for strategy. So our goal tonight is not to go through all of those, but just to let you know, you might hear us and leaders talk about the 9 principles, and really it's this research base to the different tactics and work that we do with our partners. And when we think about how we cadence or develop a plan for our partnership, at Studer Education, we believe that we've got to start with people first. People are at the center of the work. Our teachers are closest to the work with our students. How do we really build a leadership culture that builds all of our skills and directions and starts moving them in the same direction? And through that, as leaders in an organization, how do we align our service not only to our internal customers of our students and our staff, but our community as well? And in building that culture, we create the foundation to have strategy and execution. And so you'll see that start to develop more deeply as you see the work that we've put in place here in Ramona. Probably my favorite slide, and the last one you're going to hear me talk about today when we just talk about our foundational work. Oftentimes we come alongside organizations, and they're depicted visually by the left side of that slide. really great folks in an organization working incredibly hard to make the best decisions they can with the information and resources that are available to them. But our improvement efforts and our work might be going in a lot of different directions that are very well intentioned. Our work alongside an organization starts to pull and align our efforts in the same direction. Embarking on a strategic planning process while simultaneously building our leadership skills in culture and strategy, just as you've embarked upon here in Ramona, starts to pull all of our arrows together. When we're asking folks to improve and to try different things and to really impact outcomes in an increasingly positive and meaningful way, we need to align those arrows to help them get there. Probably our most popular slide, because it just seems to really speak to folks about where we oftentimes find ourselves in organizations. So we're going to move into the why, what, and how of our partnership. But before we do that, I want to create an opportunity. Obviously, that was very high level on our foundational work, but is there anything that I shared that maybe you have a question about or you'd like to learn a little bit more about before we get into a little bit deeper of our overview of where we're going specifically with Ramona? Hearing none, I'll turn it back over to Jen.
All right, so we are going to try to provide some clarity right now on the why of our partnership and getting clear on the why and how we're moving forward and how everything ties to the why. What are the actionable steps that we are going to be taking and what that looks like, and how are we going to achieve it throughout the year. So that way you can have a high-level overview of what is the work going to look like, because there's multiple aspects of this work that we're going to be talking about, from leader development to surveys to strategic planning, but how do all of those align to help support the why? We had the privilege of spending designated time about a month and a half ago with the Ramona executive leadership team, really helping to get clear on, as we move forward, what is your why? Why partner with Studer Education? What are their hopes that we would accomplish as far as leader development? And so when we looked at this is, and we did a whole activity where we got everyone's feedback to help develop a why, because we want to use this statement all throughout the year. So we have been sharing it at every alt meeting that we've been meeting with the leaders, but this is our guiding force so that the work we are doing will continually connect back to that why. So as you can see here, really providing clarity, that was really important, and understanding the why behind our decisions, making sure that we are aligning our actions with the impact and defining what we say yes and no to. So we know that that was a very important thing of providing that clarity to those that are getting information disseminated to. That's not just your leadership, that's your teachers, that's your parents, that's your community. So how do we provide that clarity? Connection. How do we foster, as Casey was talking about, that people first, fostering a culture where every employee feels valued. We want employees to come and want to come to Ramona, and we want them to stay in Ramona. You guys are a long-standing history of Ramona, and that's what we would want. We would want teachers that this is where they come, they raise their kids, and I know that that was important to the executive leadership team as well. Consistency, very similar to what Casey was talking about with the arrows. Making sure that what we are aligning on, we're all moving in the same direction, so that way we are not counterproductive to the work that we're doing, to where we can align our systems, our structures, so that way it's clear to everyone, this is Ramona. And I know that you guys have that lovely saying of Ramona Strong, and this is who we are. And then also that commitment, accountability, that it doesn't just become a one-time thing, but how do we, what we use, our term is hardwire, in recognizing excellence, rewarding the employees that choose to stay here, and how do we continue to foster that flywheel in the center part to where we can accelerate, and as many of you stated, how do we start seeing those results on the outside? So what does our work look like for this year? So how are we going to address the why? So these are for 25-26. Every year we will work with executive leaders and your leadership team to develop what the strategic outcomes will be for the year. But this year we want to facilitate the development of a strategic plan. Casey's going to be going into detail of what that entails, but how do we make and work with those systems of those arrows to align what is the vision for Ramona? We are also, as we've talked about, developing foundational leader tactics. How can we strengthen, empower, and uplift the leaders that you have here to feel confident to do the work that they're doing and to support the great efforts in Ramona? And we will be using specific tactics. And should we get the time to be able to do that, I can go through what those look like, but you can also refer to them as well. We don't want to do a ton of tactics because instead of what we call the say and spray, we want to make sure we go deep with each one to where we hardwire, to where this becomes what is the expectation and how we do things in Ramona. See, I'm already saying how we do things. I'm just considering myself a Ramona person. And then so then we're also going to be administering experience surveys. And so we'll talk more about what those surveys are and the different surveys that we will be administering and what we are hoping to gain from those. But this is an opportunity for us to model that leadership process and align our systems and structures, but also to ask those closest to the work what's important to them and where can we improve and where can we celebrate that Ramona is doing a great job. And so that's going to be the opportunity to where we can use those surveys. And then really it's important, you guys are the board. You are making decisions, you have a great responsibility, and so we want to make sure that throughout this entire process, we are engaging you, keeping you abreast of what we are doing and what the work we are doing and the success that we're seeing. So that way you can see where your investment is going and how it's impacting to reach all of the whys that you guys had talked about. So Casey's going to take it now to talk about that strategic plan, that first bullet of what is that going to look like and how are we going to use that process to accomplish more of the why.
Thank you. Wonderful. It is truly an honor when we can work with an organization on the development of a strategic plan. I've had the chance to do this in a number of different states now, and I can honestly say the partners where I've been part of facilitating a strategic plan, I know so much more about them in a very quick time than I do with partners that I have worked alongside for 5 years. This is truly a mixed methods research approach. So we're going to come in and work alongside your organization to really learn from the Ramona Unified School District community what you value, what you take pride in that needs to continue, and where there are opportunities for us to continue to get better in the ways that we've already started hearing from you tonight. And we're going to walk you through really the whole arc of that process. We're deep into the planning and want an opportunity tonight to give you a view into that before it launches anywhere in your community. And so what we're going to talk about is you're going to see how we're going to work alongside a steering committee and work with focus groups to really engage the community and gather feedback from them. It is not a plan that Studer Education comes in with any preconceived notions. This is Ramona's plan, and our job is to listen to your community about what matters most here. We're going to have multiple opportunities, as you'll see, for members of your community to provide feedback. There will be iterations of that work that is brought forward to a steering committee, and then we are targeting to bring back to you as the board for discussion and then hopeful anticipated approval in June of '26. So a little bit of background just to ground us in why we would engage in a strategic planning process. I am sure as skilled professionals in your fields, you've probably been through something like this before. I'm going to predict the outcome of ours will be a little bit different than maybe what you've seen in other organizations. And I'll share with you as we get there why we think that's so important. But we engage in a strategic planning process first to really set that direction for success, to align those arrows around what matters most in your community that can be unifying, that's important for those that you serve, and continue to be a touchstone back to the things that we say yes to and the things that we say might be important but aren't our key priorities that we're working to in our organization. That allows us to set those strategies and priorities as we work together. And you'll also see that this process is designed to be very inclusive. Again, lots of opportunities for wide members, a wide number of members of your community to participate throughout the several-month process that we've scoped out. And so the end product will be a strategic plan. And so we offer at the beginning of this work what a strategic plan is and what it is not. So it's going to be a product that's informed by decision-making from a steering committee. It's a very disciplined type of mixed methods research where we're looking at quantitative data, and we're also going to have a lot of qualitative data, hearing from folks about what's important to them. It is going to be something that's designed to be organization-wide. Typically, they're designed for a 5-year lifespan, and we'll also develop in there strategies for continuous improvement that allow us to execute towards those goals. Ultimately, a strategic plan should define that organizational success and also provide some of those key levers for what we believe are the right steps to get us there. We do not believe a strategic plan, however, should be inclusive of everything that you do. Our strategic plans at Studer Education fit on one page. Usually that gets me some looks of surprise, but that's okay. So I will continue. So I will also share strategic plans are not going to be just one idea or one perspective. They're going to be representative of the community, and they're also not a rigid set of requirements. So sometimes circumstances happen during the life of a strategic plan that as an organization cause us to adjust. And the strategic plan should allow us to do that. It's not wild movements with whims, but responding to things that sometimes we can't predict. Our strategic plan should give us the opportunity to be able to do that. Ultimately, what you will receive as a part of, or as the product, I should say, of this work will be vision, mission, values, as well as pillars, which we call the pillars, they're the priority areas. So, for example, in a school district organization, it would not be out of the realm of possibility for us to have a pillar that somehow relates to your students. Beyond a student pillar, we see a number of different things in communities across and organizations across the country. So just to give you a high-level sense of what that might start to look like as we engage in this process in Ramona. So here's how we go about the work. I'm not going to read all of those small bullet points, but we go through a process of gathering and analyzing what's the current state of the organization. So we go through what's called an environmental scan. We start to organize ourselves in forming a steering committee. We start to talk with folks in focus groups. We learn a lot, and we place all of that at the top of a funnel. And then as we start to aim forward in a mixed methods research approach, we start to work with that information and bring it down through a iterative process where we're starting to identify themes, what are common areas of improvement that we can start to predict. We're going to hear from folks, how does our data align to that? And we start to bring that down into the pillars that would be most important for Ramona Unified School District, and to develop those core strategies that would align. That allows us then to move to finalizing the plan. We're seeking feedback from the community. We're revising based on that feedback and then bringing it forward to you as a board for discussion and then approval. Couple different views of how the work progresses over time. So you can start to see we're really right now in that orange number 1 area, defining the scope of the work, developing and finalizing that work plan here tonight, chatting with you as the board about what that work looks like, and then on the horizon is forming that advisory committee. Then we really start those opportunities to hear from folks in the community through surveys and focus groups, and really developing the drafts of those mission, vision, values, and pillars, and then progressing through the process. This one looks really small, and I apologize that type. Dawn, you might have to turn the other way, but I appreciate the eye contact, my friend. So
there's one on the wall behind you, but it is too far away for me to
way
read on
too
this
small.
slide.
Absolutely way too small. So no offense if turning around is best for you. Can you see it, Dan?
I can see this,
Yeah.
I can't see that.
And I might have to look over here. So
I imagine we'll get these slides, or at least the key.
yes, I'm sure that they
Handouts.
could facilitate that. So what we did was we took this high-level view and we made it really real for you in Ramona so that you can see what your executive team has been working with us to develop. So we spent, in addition to being on site today, we had some virtual calls with Superintendent Thurman to prepare, but really had an opportunity today to spend some quality time in that launching phase of this work to really start identifying the materials needed for the environmental scan, to finalize all of our survey dates for this upcoming year, to start to draft the steering committee membership, really getting ourselves logistically planned out to execute well on this. And we will have the next opportunity to be on site with the team in early November to finish those pieces. And then planning into the winter, and we'll say winter and early spring, working with a steering committee, and we'll share a little bit more about who that group is and what their role would be. But you can see 4 opportunities for us to meet with that group. That would be December 9th, March 3rd, April 7th, and then we ask that committee to hold a 4th virtual connection should we need to dot any I's or cross any T's as we prepare to bring that work forward to you as a board for discussion and requested approval. Throughout that process, you'll see that focus groups would happen in early 2026. We would have experience surveys launching in late December and in January. 2 or 3 iterations of what we're hearing from all of that mixed methods research happens, and drafts come back to the steering committee. So you can kind of start to feel, hopefully through some of those dates and kind of seeing how the work is cadenced out, what that will look like over the next 6 or 7 months for you here in Ramona. Okay. Any questions about that high-level overview of the work plan, so to speak? Roger?
I know it's just an overview, but
Yeah.
committees are always just the way I always see it is they're providing a suggestion for the board to move forward on a topic. So what is the plan if the board doesn't approve it?
That would be a return to revision and bringing back to you.
And that's what I mean. What does that revision plan look like?
It would depend largely on, I think, where your areas of concern were, what good would look like for you all in terms of success at the end of that process. I think what I would offer is there's a couple of different ways you as a board are going to have opportunities to be involved in the process. We would recommend that there would be 2 members of the board that would serve on the steering committee. And oftentimes what we see is that if you do board member individual reports, that there's a communication mode back between the board members that serve on the steering committee and their board member colleagues. So that's one opportunity to be getting the pulse, so to speak, of how things are moving forward. Oftentimes, and I know Superintendent Thurman, I know is already thinking about this in terms of his updates to you all so that you're staying connected to how those drafts are developing and what we're hearing from the community. Those are all pieces that will be part of updates that you receive. It should not be a surprise, I think is what I'm trying to say. When you receive that opportunity to hear from the steering committee about the depth of work that happened, how they responded to the synthesis and analysis of that information, our intention and coaching would be that is not a surprise to you as a board. And I know your team on site here is being really thoughtful about that, so that that would be our intention, is that it would land at a place of success for you. But most certainly if there were things that had to be revised, that would be part of the work between discussion and the next action.
Don't be surprised about my comments. I always just point out things that are very obvious.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, you talked about that, you're a very people-oriented group, and these are committees, so we're having small groups of people making decisions. So how does this process, so I have a clear picture of what we're doing, because I don't see anything new that I've seen before so far. This is a process we've actually done here in Ramona Unified.
Okay.
This isn't anything new to me. So how do we, to me, which is the elephant in the room, how do we get everybody involved in this district or in the community and everybody has buy-in? Because when we isolate it with committees and we pick people to be on them, then it seems to be isolated. That's my concern about just seeing. I know this is a quick overview.
Yep.
It's not really, it doesn't say all the details, but just want to make sure that we're bringing everybody along, because if we're going to have a strategic plan, strategic plans are only as good as the people that actually are committed to them, which you had commitment on there. I saw it. That was the end result.
Go ahead, Darren.
Roger, I would submit that the committee doesn't make decisions. The committee makes recommendations.
That's what I said in the beginning.
Yeah, to bring it back to this group, and maybe we as a group decide that we want more frequent reporting. Maybe we give 10 or 15 minutes of each board meeting to ask the superintendent or a staff member to report on progress where we are. We can also, the superintendent does a very good job at keeping us in the loop on district goings on during the monthly or the board reports. Maybe we can get some regular reporting back on that, so that whoever serves on this committee does get feedback from the other members, and it's not in a vacuum. And that's kind of what I hear is the fear is that this committee would be functioning in a vacuum. Boy, I say we shine a light on it and ask the superintendent to make sure, with the other two committee members, to make sure that there is a looped form of communication to make sure that we're all involved. And then if something starts to feel like it's going south, I would ask that members of this board speak up and bring it, agendize it,
Well,
and change the direction.
That's not what I'm thinking.
What are you thinking?
So what I'm thinking is, literally, as I said, is how do we include everybody? It's typically the people we need to hear from are the ones that don't want to participate. They're the ones that don't want, because they have to spend extra time. And they usually have the greatest ideas. They're the ones that are the most deeply involved with the kids. Or deeply, in this case, it could be, deeply involved in food services, deeply involved in transportation, whatever it is. And they have these amazing ideas, but we forget to include them. So that I really want to hear everybody's voice. And so when I saw steering committee, I'm like, well, that's a small group. So how do we do that, and how do we get their input, because we normally wouldn't get it. I mean, I've just been in groups where there's like one or two people doing all the talking and nobody else says anything, and you have to go, like, here I think we do a pretty good job because we're like, we go to each person and we want to hear from you. But out in the field, it's not always that way. So I just want to make sure that I have a clear picture of what you're doing, and that would help me to understand it.
Yeah, along those lines, I was just wondering, what is the composition of the steering committee? How do we find those people? Kind of like you said,
Yeah.
Slightly different though. I do think that we have some voices and representation that are heard strongly and frequently, right? We hear from our association leaders, we hear from our principals, we hear from our PTA. Who do we not hear from, right? Who do we not have a committee for? I know that we have some people serving on school site councils, but they feel really underutilized, right? So are we drawing from school site councils where they're thinking about programs and budgets along with improvement of their schools? So the composition of the steering committee, how big is it? How often do they meet? Where do we draw those people from? And like you said, the ones who sometimes have the best ideas we don't hear from. So how do we get those people involved?
So she hit it on the head. She knows what I'm talking about.
Am I good to share some texture?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here, let me maybe offer this. Let me give you a peek into a little bit more about what we typically see and what we would facilitate a steering committee to do as course correctors. And then I want to be maybe a little bit more explicit and provide some clarity on the other opportunities for every member in Ramona Unified to share those insights, and how your executive team has already been really thoughtful about everything that you're all saying. How do we get the voices of folks that aren't currently engaged, right? And make sure that we have taken the flashlight and looked in every corner and invited all of the voices into the table. So we've been having those exact conversations leading up to and much of today. So it was like you were almost in the room with us, and we forgot to share it with you. So
I guess we just think alike.
yeah. So high level, what the steering committee functions is essentially we ask them to be champions of this process out in the community. They're going to be most closely connected to that research process than anyone else in Ramona. And so we ask them, when folks say, well, I saw something in the roundup about the district is doing this strategic planning process. What the heck is that all about? that we equip them to speak with a sense of confidence and excitement about what we are undertaking as an organization. So we ask them to speak with confidence about what's happening. And we also ask them to be course correctors in the process. So our job as researchers, as trained researchers, is to do that mixed methods approach. We bring all of the raw data to the committee. If they want to see all of the transcripts of the focus groups, that's available. It's typically hundreds of pages of qualitative research. The environmental scan is all available there. But what we do from a research perspective is we bring the findings to that steering committee and say, of all of these hundreds of people that we've talked to in focus groups, from the experience surveys that happened in your community, here's what we are seeing as the trends. But myself and Jen, right, you know that we don't live in Ramona. It's your community, not ours. And so we bring that to them to say, how on track are we based on this research that has been undertaken? Okay, so they serve as this course correctors and sort of keeping us within the rails, right, that matter for Ramona, so that it's voice and language that matters for you and not a national firm's voice, right? It's not our voice that should emerge, it's your community voice that should emerge through that process. And that's what the steering committee helps us do. We've gone through a process with Superintendent Thurman today that I know already had some other leaders' voices participating in that, really starting to think about how do we invite students into that process, parents and caregivers, the right staff voices, the board representation, community members. It is typically about 12 to 15 people. It's not a large group, because the other opportunities to participate are focus groups and then experience surveys, which will be available to the full community.
Can I just make a suggestion?
Please.
Please don't do surveys. And here's the reason why.
Okay.
Because, okay, so if you're trying to gather data, there's many ways to do it. Surveys are just one way, and everybody that results, kind of falls on surveys. It's because it's the easiest method to gain data. However, you're only getting people that want to take the time to fill it out. And so you're missing all those other people. There's another way to get data, and that's called focus groups. So, or you can go actually to them and simply do the interview. So focus groups. I don't know if it's mine.
Keep going.
So focus groups, interviews, those are two other ways. I mean, you can do a study, but we don't want to be in a fishbowl either. So I recommend those. I mean, you can also do classrooms observations to learn what's going on. I just think that when I first came here, we did strategic planning. Then we went to the LCAP. The LCAP basically took it all away from us, and I see we want to bring this process back again, and we want to, it should be an invigorating process for everybody.
Yes. Yep.
And if we don't try different methods, if we just do, I know it's difficult to do these other methods, but if we just do one method, which is the easiest one of all of them, which is the survey, then we will not get everything we need. I just know it. I know it just from everything that I already do because of what I teach and what I do.
And so you'll see both represented here.
Okay.
And so we've got, just in all transparency, there's a certain level of investment that allows Jen and I to be here for 2 days to facilitate focus groups. And those are probably 10 to 12-hour days where we are meeting with groups throughout the course of that day. If you're looking for a deeper experience beyond that, we could pursue that. It doesn't fit under the current approach that you all pursued.
Maybe it's not maybe it's not people from Studer, maybe it's people on
could
the
be.
steering committee. But I'm just suggesting other ways, because I know there's teachers that, and there's community members that have ideas.
Sure.
If they're in a focus group, they won't share it. They will only share it one-on-one. That's just how they are.
Yep.
And so some people just don't want to be the center of attention. And so, anyways, I'm just giving some ideas because I do a lot of marketing, and I've researched sales and marketing. I've had my own businesses. I understand clearly how this works, and there are definitely different methods of doing it. And it's anyways, I just know survey is what everybody, they lean on because it's easier to get, and everybody hates surveys like every single time. Like me, fill this little thing out. It's driving everybody crazy, right? It happens all the time.
You'll hear more about this from us. We believe that the way you respond or don't respond to survey data is an important part of that process. We can't just survey folks and say thank you. We actually have to engage. The survey is a starting point for what does better look like. And I think when we talk about surveys at Studer Education, that's a differentiator in the work that we do. I'll share from my own personal experience, building an executive level leader in a longtime partner district. We did Studer Education experience surveys for over 10 years. They did not get stale because the survey was the starting point to leaders engaging with parents and caregivers. We see that these two items, or this theme of this cluster of survey items, are our lowest. And we need to understand what would better look like, because the survey responses in and of themselves, that doesn't tell us what to do, right? We know it's something we have to dig into and understand more deeply, and that's what we call our survey rollout process. And that, to me, I know I get passionate about this, but like, I do think that's our differentiator with surveys. It is different than what we oftentimes see partners doing before we have the privilege of coming alongside them.
Yeah. You can hear from my questions. I just want it to work. I mean,
Yeah.
we voted on it. We're invested.
Yep.
And so I appreciate you doing the process.
Yeah.
And I want everybody, I know people that are
Has to be.
involved become committed.
Yep.
Those that are not involved, they're not.
Yes.
And so the more that we can get everyone involved, we're not going to get our whole community, but we can get our whole teaching and classified community all involved somehow. So.
Absolutely.
And if I could just add, I don't remember which Studer event I went to, but I believe it was the very first one in T area where they showed a graph of survey participation, and it was a very sharp increase from the beginning for exactly what we talked about here, and what I've shared is a differentiator between the Studer organization, that once staff heard the results, heard then the plans to address those results, and then saw and experienced the plans, it kind of changed their outlook. Like, oh, they really are listening to this. Make sure you do your survey. Type of a climate that occurred. So I think I understand what you're saying with surveys. We do LCAP surveys, and we get a very, very
Yes.
low participation piece there, and that could happen initially because that's kind of how surveys go. But I'm very confident once they see the rollout of how things are addressed from something within transportation, something within M&O, something within a particular department, when the community sees that we've recognized it, and then that we've put a plan in place, and then that we're actually doing the plan, really changes.
But you kind of brought something that, like, say, we have the focus groups, but say we go out to M&O and a leader from the focus group or just goes to that, and they just simply say, okay, we want all of M&O to get together, and everybody's going to share something, and they need to be able to be completely comfortable, feeling non-vulnerable, and able to say whatever they want, even if it is negative towards what they do or towards all of M&O, because that's the only way we're going to learn how to move forward. And I think some people are afraid to be critical sometimes, but I think if we're going to make Ramona Unified better, we're going to kind of have to be. And that's going to be, for some people, they need to know up front, it is okay to do this. We want you to. It's not going to look negative against you. In fact, if anything, it's going to look positive for you.
I think you're touching on the phenomenon that I'm sure many of us have experienced, right?
Yes.
The backyard barbecue conversation.
There you go.
Whether it's staff or parent or student, right? That conversation that happens when it's not official, when they actually say what they're thinking.
Yeah, that's what I want the
right?
focus group to be.
Yeah, the backyard barbecue talk, right?
To really find out.
Yeah.
Right, and I think the benefit of this process is that they will, calling any group, say the third grade teachers in the district all together, you're going to get some input from those people who are outgoing, but you're not going to get input from those people like, oh my gosh, I could never bring this up. But they could in a survey. They're not going to have their name on that survey. They could in the survey to give us input. But the magic happens when they see that we've recognized it and put a plan in place and then executed that plan to come back. But the focus group adds a layer in there. They have what they, and I don't want to steal the thunder, but there's experience surveys that will come out. And as alt members, we're going to go through that process first of all of our departments. Where leaders will give input on how a particular department's responded and what the service level is and all those kind of things. And we as alt members will get that data and look at that and put plans in place and execute those plans for people to see, because ultimately we're going to be asking various groups to do that. So I think there's a really good combination here. I don't know exactly how many focus groups we talked about today, but 7 or 8 possibly, I think. And,
at minimum, yeah, absolutely.
then when they come
Different
out and they're
groups.
talking about meeting with various focus groups each time, like an AM and a PM group, meeting individually, so that they can get to all those groups as they're bringing that data together. And then just the student organization with their survey construction and survey analysis is much more in-depth than any of us could do, just because of their expertise.
I'm not suggesting, how to do your process. My whole thing is I want to make sure that we hear the voices of people we normally don't. So if you can somehow achieve that in the way that you're doing it, then that would be great. But
Yeah.
there are other ways.
Yeah, and I can give you some examples of the groups we talked about today. Parent input, but grade span appropriate. So TK3, I don't know exactly where we drew the line, but our early parents that are so motivated, ready to go,
Right.
they've got 3 and 4-year-olds that are there wanting to help do whatever they can to make sure that experience is good. And then middle school parents. And then our high school, secondary as well. So that's an area. Our 2 most significant subgroups are parents with special ed students and parents of English learners. Those are significant groups in our district that we would want to have a focus group as well. We talked about community members, both those people in the various organizations, from the Rotary Club to Kiwanis to Planning Group to Water Board to all the different pieces, soliciting their input, and then those that are in the business community, and then our industry leaders as well that can help inform our CTE as far as input there. But those are just a handful of the ones we talked about today as those focus groups that come together to talk and then to inform the steering committee. And like we talked about earlier, we're asking for 2 board members to be on the steering committee meetings. And then just the way Studer operates, they have protocols and processes to help bring that information up in a really professional environment, safe environment, that at least that I've seen from their results. So.
In the interest of staying on schedule, I just want to give you a heads up. We've got 10 minutes left. We do have a full agenda for close, so.
Understandable, sir.
Thank
We
you.
were already on it. We were given the notice to end at 5 minutes to the top of the hour, so we're getting really close. So we've talked at length about those focus groups. Just to give you a little view into them, they're typically about 45 minutes. We, as student education coaches, will facilitate probably most, if not all of those. And really, it's about attending to those members of your community with a real sense of curiosity. And so when we show up as really mixed methods researchers, we're really trying to understand and leave with a lot of texture. So let me give you an example. Sometimes we hear, whether it's from focus groups or talking with folks, boy, communication could improve. And if we didn't get curious and say, tell me more about that. If communication got better, what would be true? Right? So it's our job to show up and really mine for those specific pieces of information so that we leave with really great detailed data in a way where every member that attends feels called in. And that's our job, to show up and to do that for your community. So you can count on us to do that as folks have the opportunity to engage in those focus groups throughout this spring. Now, our work, this is a high-level sample. Our work is all about the amazing words and ideas that are behind this. We are not a graphic design firm. So I know you'll be able to lean in and create some amazing visuals that would resonate and matter for you here in the Ramona Unified School District. But our job is to help get those words right so that this is a highly positive experience for your community. There are multiple opportunities for folks to share their voice and input. And then you as a board and your leadership team in the district have those pillars that provide those guardrails, get the arrows aligned in the right direction, and really help us build that improvement infrastructure underneath it to advance and achieve all of those goals that you identified as we first heard from you this evening. So, it's not my first rodeo, and we'll know when to end it to help you stay on schedule. We had prepared a peek into a number of the different tactics that we either have or will start working alongside your amazing leadership team here in the district. So those are available in the slides, and also, should you want to engage in some amazing reading about it, from our founding director's book, Dr. Janet Pilcher, organized by the 9 principles, and each of those different tactics are available in there. And I know you'll continue to hear about those from your really fantastic leadership team here in Ramona.
Okay.
Brian, anything else from you as we close?
Any questions? Thank you very much. Thank you for coming prepared today. Thank you for respecting our time limits. And thank you for what you're going to do for us.
We're excited. Yeah, we're honored and excited. So thank you for placing your trust in us. Yeah, that means a lot. We don't take that lightly. So thank you.
Very good. So are you staying for open session also? We have an agenda item, right?
There's an agenda
Great.
item.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay.
Want to take a quick break and then we'll
Okay.
close at 6. We've already
All right.
opened our meeting, so.
Okay.
Well, you know, I balanced those equations and I looked at that and said, that wasn't my strong subject.
To order. I'd like to welcome you all to the regular board meeting of the Ramona Unified School District Board of Trustees. Today is Thursday, October 9th. I'd like to recognize that there is a full quorum of board members present tonight. First thing we'd like to do is start out our meeting tonight is the Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to introduce two of our students from Olive Pierce Middle School. They're both 8th graders who are going to lead us in the pledge tonight. The first one is Ava Collazo, and the second one is Leo Rodriguez. Please come forward.
Please stand and put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all very much, and thank you for coming tonight. Next item on the agenda is a report out of the action that was taken in closed session just previous to coming back into open session. In closed session, on a motion of trustee Don Perfect, seconded by trustee Dan Summers, the board ratified a retirement and release agreement between the district and a certified counselor with a retirement date of December 31st, 2025, by the following roll call vote. The ayes were Darren Drum, Maya Phillips, Dan Summers, Roger Dome, and Don Perfect. The vote was unanimous and there was nobody in opposition. Next item on the agenda is a report of, the instructions for addressing the governing board.
The Ramona Unified School District values your participation in school board meetings. To support your engagement, please follow these guidelines. Orange Request to be Heard cards are available for those wishing to speak on any agenda item under item E, public comment. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes or a total of 15 minutes per item. Submit completed cards to the recording secretary before the item begins. Late cards will not be accepted. Address all comments to the board and be respectful of others. Public comments is for topics not listed on the agenda and follow the same time limits.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda itself. This is an opportunity for board members to make additions, deletions, or corrections.
I move approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the consent calendar.
I move approval, but ask for approval of personnel to be, I can't even say it, changed to an action item.
Okay.
So we're gonna, we're gonna
Just the
pull.
one, just the
Pull from
one.
consent.
Just pull that one.
Uh,
I would like also to ask pull
Hang on one
item-
sec.
Okay.
Anybody know which agenda item that is specifically, the
That
personnel agenda?
is G1.
G1. So Roger's moving approval for G1 to be removed for discussion. Maya, did you have a request?
Yes, please. Pull item H1, the consent calendar, consider it separately, please.
Okay, Roger, this is your motion. Will
That's
you
fine.
amend?
H1 as well is okay.
Okay, is there a second?
Yes.
Okay, I have motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is this G1 and H1.
H1, got it.
Next item on the agenda is the school site showcase. Tonight we have visitors from Olive Pierce Middle School to brag about their site. Please come up and amaze us.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. On nights like this where we get to brag about OP, I try to do as little talking as possible. You're welcome in advance. But first, it would just be, I would like to thank the family that's here. So if you are an OP Bulldog family, please stand. Stand up, y'all. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Hard work of so many people in this room. Without them and everybody else on the campus, OP would not have the spirit that we do. But that's enough of me. Ava and Leo, come on up. You guys are the stars. Here we go. And yeah, there you go. And just a big, quick shout out. The video that you are going to see, a lot of hard work and dedication went in by Mr. Kramer. Give a little. So thank you, thank you. All right, guys, take it away.
Good evening, members of the board and everyone here tonight. My name is Leo Rodriguez, and I'm OPMS's ASB president.
And I'm Ava Colazzo, OPMS ASB Vice President. We're proud students from Olive Pierce Middle School, home of the Bulldogs.
At OPMS, we work hard every day to show our Bulldog spirit, which stands for strength, perseverance, integrity, respect, intent, and teamwork.
These are the values that guide us in the classroom, around campus, and in our community.
Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to share what makes Olive Pierce Middle School such a great, special place to grow and learn.
We're excited to show you a quick video that highlights the social and academic sides of the Bulldog life and what the spirit of OPMS truly means. Thank you for your time and support. Go Bulldogs.
My name's Jackson, and I am the president of OPT. OPT stands for unity, and really just togetherness, because we bring the community to a whole. I get everyone in their places. I also help edit the videos, get everyone on a timeline to do them. I kind of get everyone doing something to help around here. I basically like just making videos. We make everyone feel connected and that kind of sort. And how we have these various different leaderships, we give everyone a platform to voice their opinions and various different announcements.
I'm Leo.
I'm Aline.
I'm Dane.
I'm Mia. And we're from ASB.
I decided to join ASB. I wanted to help the school. I wanted to build the OPMS community up. Some of ASB helped me when I was in 7th grade, so I wanted to give back.
I wanted to be a part of all the fun things that were going around at school. Me and my team were planning a dance.
I joined ASB to work with new students because I like making stuff.
I joined ASB because it was a really good leadership opportunity, and I like planning events and stuff. It's really fun to me, and I like helping people.
For all the upcoming 7th graders that want to go to ASB, I'm excited for that.
I'm Cody. I'm Oreo.
I'm Brianna, Juliana, and Harlow.
And we're from Yearbook.
And we're from Yearbook. I joined because I like taking pictures.
Being able to walk around and take pictures. I just don't like sitting down, like walking around meeting different people.
I like just going around campus and seeing what everybody's doing and then taking pictures of everything so you can remember your year of middle school.
It captures all the moments that happened in that year. You get the feeling that I'm the one who made this year.
I like athletic club because I think it's really good leadership skills to have. I'm the president of the athletic club, and I basically run a lot of the games and tournaments that we have. I think athletic club means teamwork. The dodgeball tournament is really fun, it's really competitive, it's really fun to watch.
I'm Emma, president of Web.
I'm Tessa, Web's treasury. I'm Natea, speaker of the club.
I joined Web because I thought it would be really fun to be in leadership and help the campus be the best it could be.
We plan to make this year fun for everyone. I just want the new 7th graders to know that school is actually fun. We host events, fun events to make sure that school is enjoyable.
Like the Spirit Luncheon. This year we have a lot going on for our first Spirit Luncheon. We'll be doing face paint, a bake sale. Some lucky student will get to pie Miss Benedetto in the face, or like someone, Oh yeah, any teacher gets some lucky student will do that.
And if like anyone wants to join Web, they should. Like it's the best club. Yeah.
So NJHS is the National Junior Honorship Society, and to me, it just like helps me strive to be better, and like we get to do fun things like 4.0 Nation, and helps other kids like want to be better. So this year we're going to start up tutoring, and we just go and we help all the kids that need help, and they like go to Mr. Hall, Mr. Pantaleon, and we go there and we help them and like teach them things.
Tech everything?
Yeah.
What about STEM? Yeah.
STEM, we build rockets, like robots.
You can pretty much do anything your own way. There is steps, but like for example, like wings, you can do it however you want.
In STEM, you can like let your creativity run wild and just build your rocket how you want it to be.
I like math because like it challenges my brain, and like I like a challenge because like if I get good at it, then it's fun to do, and I just love solving problems.
I like math because I get to find the answer to things. It gets so far deep that it turns my brain on to really lock into what I'm doing.
My mom kind of thought like I had the type of attitude to doing drama, and I thought drama would be really fun to do.
It's really fun when we get to add all together and then do our own little thing. It's really funny.
I really didn't pick it, but it's really fun.
History is it's pretty cool. It's very fascinating. It helps you like learn about the world like early. Cool thing is that it did not start with 50 states. It only started with like 13, and they weren't even states. They're more like colonies. It's fascinating.
Why I joined Spanish was so I could talk to my family. So most of my family speaks Spanish, so I would love to just go up to them and just start conversations. And I think my favorite part has been like surprising my family members that I can like kind of speak Spanish and that I understand more of what they're saying and can communicate with them.
I like science because we get to build stuff and learn about how atoms make up all the things we see.
I like science because you get to do fun experiments.
You get to do experiments.
You get to do fun experiments.
I get to learn new things and experiment.
What do you like about PE?
In general, like PE, they're friends.
Getting to be with my friends.
I like how they're doing the lifetime and advanced part. We might be able to do Batman this year. And it was really fun last year, so.
The most fun part about band? I love that we get to bring everybody together with music. I play the trumpet. You get to do marching band, and it's really fun. You get to go on all these trips, even if you're not in marching band. You still get to go and do pretty fun things.
What do you like about video production?
I like to be on camera a lot. I like to film.
I like how we get a lot of freedom with what we make. The hit movie, The Mafia, that one was a real good one.
I like English because you learn more vocabulary. I personally love to read. I really like the stories we've read in the packet. They're very interesting. I have a lot of emotion in them.
We get to take apart engines and motors and stuff and figure out and go deeper.
I like what we're learning about. I like handling like tools. I've always like helped my dad with stuff. It's like a very hands-on class. Like you're not just like staring at a screen. The teacher's really awesome. He definitely gets a good relationship with the students and he explains things very well.
Cute. Cute.
That's fun.
That was fun.
Do you guys have any questions?
Never
Do you have any questions?
That was great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ava and Leo, great job. Thank you very much for coming tonight. I'd also like to thank OPMS for hosting the board 2 Fridays ago. We had a site visit, and thoroughly impressive what a wonderful turnaround OPMS has had in the last 3 years. And I know it's part of a grand plan, and we're just so happy that Mrs. Benedetto is at the steering wheel, and everybody is rowing in the same direction. So well done. Thank you all. Thanks for coming and bragging about your site tonight. There's a lot to brag about.
Very nice.
Yes, there is. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next item on the agenda tonight is going to be a report from our student board members. Ingrid, why don't we start with you tonight?
Sorry. That's fine. Sorry. All right. Good evening. My name is Ingrid Ferguson, and I'm the student board representative from Ramona High School. Thank you for having me here and providing me with the opportunity to represent Ramona High School. Last week, RHS had our annual homecoming week, which was packed with events. The homecoming parade and coming home night brought the community together and highlighted various groups on campus. The homecoming rally Friday morning, put on by ASB, was a big success, letting the classes show their school spirit through performing air bands and participating in games. Then, on Friday night, our Ramona High School varsity football team won the homecoming football game against one of our big rivals, Mount Carmel, with a score of 28-18. And last but not least, the homecoming dance on Saturday was a big event for students and was a night of fun. Coming up, ASB will have a rally to recognize fall sports and represent and celebrate the Halloween spirit. And that is all that's going on at RHS currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Ingrid, I have one quick question. Who won airband?
The juniors. Sadly.
Okay. Sorry, that was a plant. I have a junior friend who wanted me to ask that question.
Okay. They deserve it. It's fine.
For MVA, we had a senior meeting with the principal on September 16th. That went well. They went over college admissions essays, scholarships, and end-of-the-year events. We have a readathon going on and a scholastic book fair that'll raise funds for the campus library. That's K through 6th. We also have fall carnival tomorrow. That's going to be a bunch of activities for kids of all ages, and it'll raise funds for ASB and for PTSA. Things like pie in the face, etc. Other PTSA events are scheduled and also announced on the school's weekly newsletter, like tie-dye night, craft night, fall carnival, and more. We also had a really successful ASB event, presentation night. It was really unique, and it gave students the opportunity to present basically any school-appropriate topic or idea they had that they wanted to share with their classmates. It was really good because it helps people have fun, connect with their peers, and also practice public speech, presenting in front of a whole classroom, as well as we also had 2 teachers participate, and I got to learn about a couple new topics that I didn't know anything about. So that was really good. Thank you. That's all.
Is there a time for the fall carnival tomorrow?
Yeah, 5 to 7.
Great. Thank you very much. And all ages?
Yeah.
And if we want to throw a pie at somebody, how much does it cost us?
That's, I believe, 2 tickets.
Okay.
2 to 5 tickets. That's not my event, but it's going to cost some money.
All right. Might be worth it. Depends on who the target is.
You know. Yeah.
Thank you, Danny. Next item on the agenda is item D3, which is a report from the California School Employees Association, Chapter 733.
Good evening. We'll be brief. I would like to take an opportunity to introduce Letty Coverland, who is a health technician at Ramona Community Campus, and Letty is now the presumptive nominee for filling out the remainder of the term as Chapter Communications Officer. So she will be the new face of the chapter, and as it's going to be her new job. I'll turn the rest of the report over to her.
Look
Well
how
done.
happy he is handing that off.
Well done.
Good evening. I don't have a whole lot because we just kind of doing it now. I did send out an email to all the administrative staff at all the sites just to ask for shout outs that I could provide to you. I did hear back from Ramona Elementary School that they are very happy with their para 2 special educators that work with the mod severe students, and that they're just very kind and helpful and always willing to lend a helping hand with them. So that's what we have for now.
Lenny, can I encourage you to, when you have correspondence for the board, either email it to us directly or just get it to the superintendent, and I'm sure he would love for us to hear any events that you have coming on, any way that we can help support you, or anything you just want to make us aware of.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item D4. This is Ramona from the Ramona Teachers Association.
Hello. Just sharing some things going on with Certificated. We have OPMS Athletic Club has hosted dodgeball as well as indoor soccer so far this year, with the winning student team getting to take on the staff team. I didn't hear the winner though. You don't even let the kids win.
They're not proud of that at all.
Kids need to learn early life lessons. The OP year-long theater class is also underway with their first production of the school year, a horror comedy called The Bottom of the Lake, which will be performed the evening of Wednesday, October 29th. We would love to invite you all there. Hanson is getting ready for their annual Monster Mash on October 24th. Free for all Hanson families, this annual event offers carnival games, pumpkin decorating contest, a DJ for dancing, and a cakewalk. The event is put on by Student Council with help from PTA. Second grade students at Mount Woodson in Miss Bristol and Mrs. Stem's classes are studying different types of communities. Students got to take a field trip today to Mountain Valley Ranch to visit a pumpkin patch in our own rural community. The students will write personal narratives to follow up. They will be sharing information presentations, and they're comparing the weight of different pumpkins. So lots of integrated learning is happening at Mount Woodson. Student and Learning Support Services hosted its first collaborative virtual check-in for teachers with TCI. It's our newly adopted curriculum for history for grades K-8. This session provided guidance with ELD resources and answered teacher questions to strengthen implementation support. It was great to hear how our teachers have been using the curriculum to build historical thinking. RCC recently had a fun science assembly for elementary students, and this week they will participate in their annual fall carnival, which is always a favorite. Also, notably this week, longtime MVA teacher Stacy Gill retired. The staff celebrated her many contributions and positive influence on the RCC community. The R-Town Fishing Club at Ramona High School has 60 members. So even though Mr. Larkin left, Mrs. Warren from OP came over, and she is excited to get fishing as the new advisor. Over the weekend, RUSD students had the opportunity to collaborate and work directly with professional mural artist, Mr. Toledo, during a 2-day workshop at the To Create Gallery. Several students participated in this amazing event, and we encourage you to stop by the gallery to actually see the mural, as art is best experienced up close and in person. RHS wrapped up an amazing homecoming week, a bunch of events, such as Coming Home Night, the Homecoming Assembly, where the juniors did win air band, but the seniors won the overall points for the week. Just give them some props. Then the homecoming football game, where we did beat Mount Carmel, and they announced King and Queen, and you're looking at the Queen right here, by the way.
Oh, congratulations.
With Mr. Xander Solis as King. and wrapping up with a spectacular dance on Saturday. So we want to say a huge thank you to all staff who put in a ton of extra hours to create these opportunities for our students. Coming up on Wednesday, October 15th, the RHS counseling team will be hosting a financial aid night for seniors and their families, both in English and Spanish. People attending will learn about different ways for students to pay for college, community college, and possibly trade schools through financial aid grants, FAFSA, and scholarships, both here in Ramona and outside our community. Counseling has also opened up all of their events so far this year to include MVA students and welcoming them to support at other schools as well. Our counseling team is working very hard, even while being understaffed, to support our students in RUSD and their futures.
Are you done? 1 second.
That was an abrupt ending.
One quick second. Can you elaborate on the gallery for the murals and
Yes.
where it is and when it is?
It already happened, so it's just being presented there. So you can go to the To Create gallery here in Ramona, and you can see the mural that the students created.
So it's probably up around like 4th and Main or so, yeah? 438 Main Street.
438 Main Street. The arts fairy is here, and she would like to share.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, sorry, we're taking notes. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is item D5. This is a presentation of Student Education Partnership Update and Strategic Planning Approach.
Nice.
Thank you for coming these last couple days.
Thank you for your patience while we got reset. Well, thank you, Board, for the opportunity to provide during the public meeting an update on the partnership that Studer Education and the Ramona Unified School District has. My name is Casey Blahoviak, and I have the honor of serving Studer Education as the Vice President for Leader Coaching alongside my colleague, who I'll allow Jen to introduce herself in just a moment, but we both have the privilege of serving as your leader coaches here in Ramona.
And I am Jennifer Marroquin, and I am from California, and you can see about me and the work that I bring too, and we are looking forward to serving as the coaches alongside you in this upcoming journey that we are taking through the strategic planning and the leader development process.
Part of the update that we'd like to provide you in the community through our opportunity to share with you tonight is a little bit about our organization. We work across the country with organizations that are committed to organizational excellence, and the point of pride that I'd point to on this particular slide is in the work that we have the chance to do across the country with leaders in their own development. It has impacted over 1.5 million students in those organizations. And as we zoom in a little bit to the impact that we have in the state of California, you can take a peek at the number of school districts and county office of education facilities that we have the opportunity to coach in your amazing state here. A bit about our organization. We believe that it is critical work to do in an organization committed to excellence to really help all members of a team see their purpose, know that they're doing worthwhile work, and see the difference that they're making for those that they serve. When we work as leaders in an organization to do that, we get that flywheel moving where we're able to create increasingly inspiring workplaces, build strength in our teams, and accelerate results. And so the primary focus of our partnership is really working alongside leaders in the Ramona Area School District to be exceptional in both culture and strategy in the work that they do. the foundation of the work is in what we call the 9 principles of organizational excellence. We've had the chance already this year to engage with the amazing leaders here in Ramona to continue to build skills in those areas so that we can be the very best for those that we lead and serve. And all of that work that you'll continue to hear about this year starts with us focusing on people first in the organization. That allows us to create a culture of service for students, for families, for staff, and leads us to an increasingly strong point of execution on our strategy to drive results that matter most for your community. As we think about a graphic that probably most clearly sums up the work that we're privileged to do alongside organizations, it's really this one that oftentimes we'll hear partners called aligning the arrows. Many times when we come to partner with an organization, they're sort of the left-hand side of that slide. Amazing members of a team working incredibly hard, making the best decisions they can with the resources available to them, but our improvement efforts move in a number of different directions. The work that we are honored and privileged to do alongside you in Ramona, starting with the strategic plan development that we'll forecast, really allows us to work together and learn from your community about what matters most so that we can align those improvement efforts.
So then going into the why, the what, and the how, building that clarity on what does this partnership with Studer Education look like? What are we going to come alongside to help and empower your leaders to be able to do so that way we can keep that flywheel moving? We had the wonderful privilege of sitting with the executive cabinet to come up with what is the why, knowing how we are going to connect to make sure that the work that we are doing is moving us in a direction that is positive and empowering and creating quality leaders. And so it was nice to hear tonight all the student leaders that you have out here and all the work that they are doing. And so what a culture that you're already building as far as these young leaders and the roles that they're taking. And so really working with your district leadership on clarity, understanding the why. How do we be clear as leaders in what we are communicating and defining what we say yes to and no to? How do we make that connection? Casey talked about the people first. How do we connect to the peoples to where employees feel valued, they're motivated, and that they're excited to come to work? That's the type of environment that we know that Ramona wants to have. And so we want to work with leaders on tactics that would make that happen. We also want to look at consistency and how do we help leaders align, very similar to those arrows that she talked about. How do we make aligned systems to where we're all moving in the same direction? And then the commitment. How do we ensure accountability, that not just one leader is doing it, but all leaders are doing it? So that way we can say, this is the Ramona Unified Way, and this is what we stand for as leaders, so that way we can reward and recognize those in our community, which you had a lot of wonderful recognitions today too. So what is that going to look like for this year? So in 25-26, these are the top main areas that we are working to focus on. One, as Casey nodded at, is we're going to facilitate the development of a strategic plan. Casey will talk a little more in detail about what that is, but how do we come alongside the community and those voices that are important to get information from those closest to the work to develop what a strategic plan will look like for Ramona. We have already started this work of developing foundational leadership tactics, working alongside your leaders on both the operational side of the house and the academic side to work on some key tactics that we can work to, as we call in Studer, hardwire, and make sure they are not one-time actions, but consistent actions. This year we're going to be administering experience surveys, and I will talk about that in a minute, but just what makes our surveys different and how do we use it for the process of developing leaders and developing actionable steps to make towards improvement. And then lastly, we really just want to make sure we are engaging the board and every step of the way through this partnership, that you are familiar with what is taking place and the progress that we're making. So Casey's going to talk.
So a key part of the work over the rest of the school year, quite honestly, will be the development and facilitation with your community of a strategic plan. The reason that we engage with that as an organization and why you as a board have a desire to move in this direction is to really create that vision of success for the next 5 years and to offer a touchstone to drive that continued commitment to what matters most. It allows us to set our priorities and develop the strategies that will help us achieve those priorities. And it will be an inclusive process that we will seek to involve as many members of the community as possible, making sure that we create those safe opportunities for members of the Ramona School District to be able to share their experiences on what needs to stay, because it's part of who you are, and where there's opportunities for us to increasingly improve the experience of our students, our staff, and our families. And so the process moves us through a couple of different phases. We are currently in the gather and analyze phase. We have opportunities moving forward in the next several months to work through a mixed methods research approach that allows us to aim forward as an organization, and then we move into a phase where we finalize. And so you can see there's a number of different buckets of the work. We are really in that objectives 1 orange area right now, working with the executive team and the board in a work session to define the scope, further look at the work plan, hold the initial board work session, and then we'll soon begin forming the advisory or steering committee to be able to be a key course corrector in this work. And then we'll move through opportunities for members of your community to provide feedback through experience surveys, focus groups, and then we will iterate on the themes that are arising from that information. Included in the board materials are also an overview of the timeline for the community to be able to see what that looks like, really beginning in earnest today and moving us through June. Opportunities will be on the horizon to participate in a steering committee, focus groups that will happen in January and February, as well as experience surveys in that similar time frame. That was a quick overview for you as a board because you had a deep dive before tonight's meeting.
And I'm just going to briefly go through that leader development portion. And so we are working monthly. Casey and I are on site 1 time a month with your leaders, but then we are also doing monthly connection calls with your executive cabinet to help keep the work moving and, as we call, sticky. We are really focusing on 4 key leader tactics this year: rewarding and recognizing, leader rounding, communicating at all levels, and hardwiring that survey rollout process. So those are the leader tactics that we are going to be working on with your leaders here. As I discussed earlier, our surveys. Within Ramona, we are going to be administering 4 different types of surveys. There is going to be the district services survey, which is one where the leaders are going to go first. We are going to seek feedback on the leaders and the response and the systems that they have in place and where can we work towards improvement. We'll talk about the employee experience survey, which we will be rolling out in January, February, along with a parent caregiver and a student experience survey. I had mentioned earlier what makes our survey and our survey rollout process different. One thing is when we use our surveys, we gather the data, but it doesn't just sit with us or sit with the leaders. Our goal is to take the data and make it actionable. Bring those that are closest to the work to be part of the solution and gain clarity on what would better look like. We will look and see what are areas that are working well, what are areas that we need improvement, and work to develop action plans that we will stick with and follow through and see and take pulse checks along the way to see, are we making improvements in those areas that may be scored lower. So instead of just taking information and sitting with it and hoping it gets better, we all know hope is not a strategy. So we want to make sure we are taking actionable steps towards improvement. And so we will be working alongside your leaders on how to do this process. So you can see the score is the start, the real work is how we talk about it and how we act on it. And so lastly, what we were talking about is involving you as the board, keeping you abreast of all of the things that we are doing, all of the tactics we are learning, what's the impact that it's having on staff, bringing the results to you, being completely transparent so that way you know the work that we are doing and the progress that we are making with your leaders. So our job is to help create and help Ramona be the most amazing place, which it is. It just feels like home being here. Everyone is so welcoming, and Casey and I have really enjoyed our time that we've been here, and we are looking forward to this partnership. So at this time, I would ask, are there any questions?
Any questions for staff? We spent 90 minutes with them earlier today, so we've got this is the Reader's Digest version of what we received earlier, so don't think it's because we're not engaged. Well, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Good man, Roger. Next item on the agenda is agenda item E1. This is public comment. I'll turn it over to Mr. Dome.
Okay. So we have 7 people that want to speak on the same topic, which is counseling at RHS. And then I received another one from Melissa Sculthrope. Is that also on the same topic? Okay. So when it's all on the same topic, it's a total of 15 minutes. You have different ways that you can do that. We can just start at the top of the list, and we can just have each person do 3 minutes, or you guys can decide how long you want to speak. So if one person wants to speak for a minute, 2 minutes, however, so you can get it all in. But there's a total of 8 speakers. So I know I was told the last speaker is Stacy Anderson that wants to speak last. And I'm sure you want a total of 3 minutes. Okay. So how would you like to go about it?
Roger, isn't it typically that we take the speaker slips one by one, but when we get to 15 minutes, then we move any remaining speakers to the end of our meeting and they're still heard, right?
We could do that. I don't think we have that.
Is it agenda
Is
that way?
that
I don't
the will
think
of
we
the
have
board?
that on the agenda.
Well, we can move the agenda around as long as it's...
It is on the agenda that way on I-3.
Oh yeah, it is. Okay.
So is...
So if they all get done in 15 minutes, great, but if not, then we can still hear everybody, right?
will of the board? Dan, you thumbs up on this?
Yeah, I think they've come tonight. They have something to say, and we need to hear them.
Okay,
Yes.
anybody opposed to this?
Do you want to go first then? Okay.
Anybody opposed to this here?
No.
Okay, Roger, let's roll.
Okay, let's do it that way then.
Someone setting a timer so we can
I have it.
audibly.
Your timer will be Mr. Dome tonight.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, Stacy.
Roger, just call it the way you need to.
Hold on. Right.
She's not about counseling? Okay. We'll
Well,
handle
Stacy's
that.
not about counseling.
We'll handle that separately.
Okay,
You want
we'll
to
do
pull her
that.
up first?
I thought it
Looks
was.
like Ave's coming forward. Can we hear her
Okay,
first?
go ahead.
Perfect.
Thank you.
The floor is yours, ma'am.
Ave.
I guess I gotta use the microphone, huh?
You can, yes, please do.
All right, well, thank you for hearing us. There are a lot of us to speak, and I really appreciate my colleagues who came tonight. For those of you who don't know me, it's my 20th year Bulldog Blue Proud and Strong as a member of the Ramona High School team. I've had the privilege of getting to be the educational Sherpa for the children of some of the board members, Mr. Newman's kids. But I come to you tonight in what is an incredibly dark time for counseling. We are in crisis, and we owe it to our students to share that with you and to share what we all see as falling off as we are an understaffed counseling team. We've been short a counselor all year. This is our eighth week of being understaffed with huge negative impacts on kids. Kids in trauma who can't get to see a counselor, kids who can't have anyone come help them with their career plan, kids with overwhelming grief who have no one to come find them. No follow-up, no follow-through, because we're on to the next crisis and triage situation. One of the situations I'll share with you before I pass the mic to my colleagues to share their viewpoints, our Ready to Learn Peer Counselor program. My favorite, it is one of the best parts of my job. They presented to you. They change lives. They haven't started yet. There is no time. I would normally have recruited, selected, trained peer counselors. We'd be running groups. They'd be working one-on-one with students. Now, today, with 3 counselors, they ask for it, and I have to say, I'm sorry, no, there's no time. Students have a hard time finding me because we're busy, because we're with kids, because we have lines out our door. I am not afraid of hard work. My track record shows that. What I'm afraid of is missing kids and kids falling through the cracks. With 3 counselors, we are missing kids and kids fall through the cracks. Our students deserve a plan to return our counseling team to full strength. Their futures deserve no less for that. I pass the time on to my colleague, Chuck Lopez.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Evening, folks. I won't take a lot of your time. Thanks for having me. Thanks to my colleagues that are here as well to support counseling. One sidebar is that I do remember very vividly with wonderful thoughts of the pies that I got in my face, on my head, on my back, in front at MVA when I was counselor there. So I have had the pleasure of working in the district for 27 years. I have worked with Mr. Newman's kids. I have worked with Ms. Phillips' children. So that's something very special to me. I'm going to echo what Ave said, is that I'm unable to meet my seniors' needs with my abbreviated time schedule because my caseload is now raised by significantly, probably 100. I have less time for my senior checks to work with my students, to provide college and scholarship information that they really require at this time of year and moving forward off their senior year. I have to triage the social emotional concerns of my students. Whereas in the past, I've had a little more flexibility to spend more time with kids that are in crisis. Whether it be huge or it be small in the adult mindset, it's real to them. And so that's a little difficult for me to, okay, where am I going to find the time? Where do I triage next? So that's something that I'm finding very difficult. Our student services are being negatively affected with 3 counselors. We're all working hard. As I told Tony a couple days ago, with 3 of us, you're probably looking at 100 years of experience, and that's pretty solid. I would ask you to consider keeping the counseling fully staffed with 4 counselors, just to provide the students, parents, staff with quality and the timely manner that we can see our kids. It's as simple as that. I'll give you one thing, and Dr. Thurman, I'm hoping that my colleague that sent you an email got to you, because she really was well written. I can't even speak. Well written. Mr. Grills is popping up here. I will share one thing, just a funny story, just about the impact that interaction with students have. 2 things. At Ramona High School, when I was there, my seniors stuffed balloons in my office all the way to the top of the ceiling. So that was something fabulous and fun. At Mountain Valley, when I was down there, they knew I was a Minnesota Viking fan. They came in and they trashed all my Viking stuff. And they put half the room Packers, half the room Bears. Okay, they did all of that. Now, I don't know if Dr. Gunderson ever knew that I stuck all of their flags on the roof. So that's just something, but that is the relationships that I've been lucky enough to build with students because I've had the time. So I'm hoping you guys consider fully staffing us, just so, because the kids deserve it and everybody else does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. I'm sorry, I have it all written down because otherwise I'll talk for 20 minutes. I'm a history teacher, right? That said, I teach economics at Ramona High School, and as an exclusively senior teacher, those are the only kids I teach. I've seen the impacts that have been experienced by students as a result of our counseling staff operating with only 3 counselors for the past 8 weeks. I wanted to take some time tonight to share some of these with you, although it's going to sound pretty familiar at this point. Number 1, due to their heavier workload, counselors have struggled to meet with students in a timely manner. In the past, I've been able to send students to counseling whenever they've had questions or needs, but this year, students have had to make appointments and been seen by their counselors when they've been able to get their heads above water. This log jams the ability for students to get support, and it hurts the rapport that counselors form with their students, who often view their counselors as one of their most fierce advocates on campus. Additionally, senior checks have been delayed. It's the first week of October, and counselors have just started checking in with their seniors about their senior timelines. This increases students' anxiety, makes some of them feel left in the dark, and delays connecting students with resources to make sure they can pursue their post-graduation plans. In years past, senior checks started immediately after the school year began, but this has simply not been possible this year with counselors as busy as they've been. Finally, senior workshops for careers and trade schools have been reduced. Last year, workshops were offered at least every other month about different college opportunities, careers like real estate and firefighting, and so on. This year, counselors have been too taxed to put these on, preventing students from experiencing incredibly meaningful ELT sessions that can possibly change their life trajectory. I hope it is evident through these examples the important role that our counselors play at RHS, and I frankly just scratched the surface. As a teacher of seniors, I implore you to prompt our district leadership to find a way to give our counselors the support that they need to operate at full capacity again so that they can most effectively serve our community seniors. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Board. I do wish to kindly bring to your attention our diligent yet overworked counseling team. And to not be redundant, I actually want to focus more on the ways they've made meaningful difference over the years that I've been here at RHS, and that I don't think they could make the same impact today with their understaffed team. So one of my treasured seniors last year, Angie Garcia, she nearly turned down an application, an acceptance spot at UCLA because she did not fully understand the financial aid paperwork. It was through a conversation and the support of her counselor that allowed her to take this prestigious place at the university. Another student, Jesus Martinez, wrote his personal statement about the impact of being a peer counselor. He felt a sense of responsibility. He felt he was giving back. He felt success because of the incredible opportunities our counseling team created. One extremely driven student who tragically lost her mother due to a battle with cancer wanted to keep the tragedy private. She was struggling emotionally, yet it was through her counselor's support and encouragement that the student was able to open up to her teachers, build stronger connections, and ultimately finish the year strong. 3 years ago, a student even wrote their personal statement on how the Fusion program taught him responsibility to take pride in his work. The ways in which our counselors support our students are truly endless. As a teacher, I've been able to collaborate with these counselors to build meaningful career and college lesson sets. And ultimately, our counselors are the people students can turn to when life and stress circumstances makes focusing on academics overwhelming. Apologies. They're the trusted adults on campus. They're amazing, and I just want them to be able to do their jobs properly.
Hi, my name is Erin Hill. I'm an English teacher at RHS. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk today, and I am here to support our counselors as well. And as you're aware, we have been understaffed with our usually 4 counselors. We only have the 3, and it's had a negative impact on the students and our campus culture because, just like they said, currently the ready-to-learn groups are missing, and there's been no opportunity to train peer counselors this year, leaving struggling students without that extra support that they really need. Also, our Fusion project is not there. That's another counselor-led program that allows students to feel the pride in their campus and that they can help improve and maintain their own campus, but they get work experience and real life experiences doing that, and that's been absent this year as well. We also have that campus-wide BAR program, which is outstanding. It helps us support and identify students that need extra assistance, and our counselors are a huge part of that. Not only are they there for the 3 weekly meetings for all of our freshmen that we go through, but additionally for the monthly meetings, and they're not just sitting in on those meetings, but they also do the follow-up afterwards with both the students in one-on-one meetings and the family members and the teachers, getting everybody on the same page. And that requires not only time and attention, but also the follow-through of continually modifying each of those different interactions so that we are making sure that there's effectiveness inside of those interventions. And we're not getting that follow through right now because they don't have the time. I also want to point out that it's not just struggling students that our counselors are helping with, it's all of our students. As an English teacher, I get the dubious opportunity to bring my students over every second semester and have them sit in counseling and go through their 4-year plans. Now, I don't think that that's necessarily good use of English time, but I love it for my kids because they get one-on-one time with their counselors. They actually get to talk to somebody who understands their futures and where they're headed and what they need to do to get there. And in order for those conversations to happen, they need to have the time. That means that they need the time with the 4 counselors, because trust me, I've been in there when they've been pulled for IEPs and there's only 2 or 3 counselors available, and we don't get through the kids, which means that that hour that they spent in there was not valuably spent for them. They didn't get to have that interaction, and then they have to be pulled out of another educational opportunity and thrown into that again, right? So if we have fully staffed counselors, that gives us the opportunity to see those kids, to have those valuable interactions. If we don't have fully staffed counseling, it is really difficult for all of those kids' needs to be met. Please consider the negative impact and understaffing that it's having on our school and student culture. And thank you very much for this time. I hope that our students can be better served by the fully staffed counseling department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, members of the board. Tonight I speak as a former RHS staff member and parent of 2 alumni. RHS counselors encourage and empower students to be successful during high school and beyond. For so many students, they are the trusted adult on campus. Counselors serve as a bridge between students and staff, fostering a positive and safe school culture. It's not an exaggeration that counselors deal with life and death situations. Programs such as Ready to Learn, the development of post-secondary pathways, and BAR address the academic and social emotional health of students, and they take time. A fully staffed counseling department has the flexibility to respond to students' needs in a timely manner. Ramona High School students deserve the support that 4 counselors provide. Thank you for your consideration.
Roger, are you going to buzz me in like 30 seconds?
You have 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you for giving me a few minutes tonight, not to talk about budgets or positions, but about people and moments that change lives. When we think of high school counselors, we often picture those college applications, transcripts, and graduation plans. But often their most impactful work happens in the moments that no one else sees. Just imagine this. A student walks into the counseling office asking to change a class. The counselor could simply fix the schedule and move on. There's a line of students waiting. They have a meeting to go to. But instead, they pause and they look up and they say, "Hey, are you okay?" That question can change everything. It can open the door to safety, to connection, to hope. And it only happens when there's enough time to notice, to listen, and to act. And I know that firsthand. As some of you may remember, I once served as a counselor at Montecito High School. And before that, I was also the student that I just referenced. I moved out of my home when I was 15 because of circumstances beyond my control. My high school counselor became the person who made sure I had a place to stay and food to eat. She helped my parents and me navigate things that none of us knew how to handle. And when I said college wasn't for people like me, because no one in my family had ever graduated high school, she looked at me in the eye and said, "Hey, you can do this, and I can help you figure it out." She did, and obviously I did too. For the sake of time, I had a really great rest of it laid out for us, but tonight I tell you that story because I think it comes to the point where I simply ask that when you plan for the future, you continue finding creative ways to give our counselors the time that I spoke about, the time that they need, because that's where the difference is made.
Thank you.
Stacy. I'd like to thank all the speakers who came forward tonight. This board listened to you.
I'd just also like to thank all of our colleagues who came and showed their support for counselors when we do kids as well. So thank you.
Good evening, Ramona Unified School Board members. I wish to begin with gratitude for the service you give to Ramona and especially to our students. Last year, I was invited to participate in a committee to review 10th grade ethnic studies course being developed for the Ramona Unified School District. I'm grateful that Ramona opted to develop its own curriculum, even though that was the more difficult path to pursue. I appreciated meeting with teachers that worked exceptionally hard to develop a curriculum from the ground up and were respectful and attentive as we discussed parts of the curriculum that were positive and others that potentially needed reworking. One of the most controversial parts of the curriculum was its main text, The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian. I felt the need to read the book in its entirety. In approaching the text, I tried to do so with an open mind, marking pros and cons, as it were, along my journey. In doing so, there was much good that I, as an adult, found to be insightful, ponder-worthy, and that invited positive change, both for myself as well as society as a whole. That said, I also found much that was defamatory, coarse, and vulgar, lightly treating themes such as suicide, murder, masturbation, profanity, racial slurs and jokes, sexual arousal, alcoholism, and more. I realize this paints a realistic view of the main character's world, and I appreciate the approach the teachers suggested for handling these sensitive parts of the book. Yet I've struggled to decide whether or not the positive ends justify exposing Ramona's students, including my own children, to the course-based content of the means. Fast forward to last night, I was finishing my level 2 volunteer training with Ramona Unified. There was a section covering what is considered sexual harassment in California, including derogatory comments, sexually degrading words, graphic or suggestive messages, visually displaying sexually suggestive objects, pictures, cartoons, or posters. I could not help think of parts of this book, including a few of its cartoons, derogatory comments, and suggestive messages. If these are things we are striving to keep out of the Ramona Unified workplace, I do not know if handing the youth of Ramona a book containing this content, as well as other things we are trying to keep off our campuses, such as bullying, profanity, violence, etc., is a wise choice. I do not have a perfect answer to this. I simply feel to raise the issue. This morning, I was ready to come tonight to suggest the removal of this book from the approved list for Ramona Unified. Yet in reviewing the book in preparation to create my comments, I was again touched by the insightful parts of the book. As such, I come bringing an alternate possibility. Perhaps there are sections of the book devoid of the crass, unrefined content that could be presented in short story format. My children have appreciated short stories in the high school English classroom that encourage rich, uplifting discussion. I see that potential in this case. I also want to say that I've been very grateful for amazing RUSD teachers that have always honored the opt-out policy and have been respectful of our families' requests in the rare cases where the curriculum, books, or videos have come in conflict with our personal views or beliefs. Should this book remain in the curriculum, I trust they would do so again. Going forward, I plan to invite friends and community members, fellow parents, to review The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian and share their thoughts so they can enrich the conversation surrounding this matter. Again, I'm honestly at a loss as to exactly what to recommend in regards to this board-approved novel, yet especially after last night's training, there were potential issues I felt to raise and potential alternate approaches I wish to bring forward. I appreciate your allowing me the opportunity to have attempted to do so. I have brought several copies of my comments for your review, should you feel so inclined. Thank you for your time.
Mrs. Anderson, thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for your approach.
I want to thank everybody for coming as well. Appreciate Stacy Anderson and all the counselors that came and teachers that spoke. Really appreciate it.
It is our honor to serve our students. They are indeed.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to move on to the next item on the agenda. That's item F3. This is a report on pilot of instructional materials for ornamental horticulture and landscape. Mr. Newman, nice to hear from you tonight.
Hold on. I was told exactly what to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. President Drum and Governing Board, tonight we bring 3 pilots of instructional materials to the board as an information item. Parent and student feedback will be requested throughout the pilot, and materials will be available for community review in the hall at the district office and at the school site. School sites will also review materials with their school site council as part of the pilot process. The first item, F3, is the materials for the board approved in January of 2025 ornamental horticulture that is an elective for 10th to 12th graders. The Ornamental Horticulture CTE pathway prepares students for careers in the nursery, landscaping, and floral industries. Introductory Horticulture, 9th edition, will be piloted October to April. In spring, a new edition will be available and shared with the governing board. We hope to bring the most up-to-date copyright to the board for approval in May.
Thank you, sir. This is an informational item only. Unless there's a compelling question for staff, we'll move on to the next agenda item.
Yes, there is a question.
Okay.
So the proposed pilot period for this book is from October to April. So what textbooks will students use before October and after April? The existing ones? And will they switch back and forth between the current and the pilot textbooks twice during the school year?
Should we ask?
The teacher is here.
Yes, please.
Would you please come up? Thank you for being here tonight. Is that a Fresno State Bulldog?
It is.
All right. We'll accept that form of the
I'll
Bulldog.
just pretend like this is, does it move?
Squeeze the bottom.
I'm not, okay, that works. So in terms of the textbook, the company has actually already sent us a set of class textbooks. We also have the online textbook available for students. So I think they were waiting for this approval in order to like utilize the textbooks in the classroom, but we have them ready to go for the pilot textbook.
I'm not sure, I didn't hear, maybe I missed it. So is there some existing textbook that's not a pilot that they're using now until October?
It's a brand new course. And so because it's a brand new course and this is the first year, there was no textbook.
Okay.
So she's been having to pull other materials to support the class to start the year. And so we have it through April because then our goal would be to bring it back to the board for approval for purchase and adoption. And at that point, we would have to reevaluate, depending on your decision as the school board, whether we move forward and look for a different textbook, or we would look to adopt that so that it becomes the permanent book for next year. But because it's a brand new course, there's no current textbook at all without using this as the pilot.
So why not use this book the entire school year then?
Because we'll be bringing it back, the second edition, to get approved.
That would be the plan, but there is going to be an updated version, and we always try to make sure that we get the most current copyright. But the problem was, in order to have a textbook this year, we weren't going to have a textbook at all if we waited for the newer updated version because it doesn't come out until February. So we would be planning to come forward to the school board with the updated version, and hopefully we would be moving forward with the 10th edition because we would try and get the most recent copyright. But this was the only one available currently, and so if we didn't pilot this book, she would have no content and no curriculum.
And how many students and teachers are participating in the pilot?
So I have 37 students in the class, and I'm the only teacher.
So the entire
it's just
class, one teacher?
Yeah.
And who selected this particular pilot textbook?
So I have, I don't know, I've been teaching agriculture for a while, so I had a couple of textbooks that I have used previously. And for agriculture, I don't think they do it now, but you used to go to like career fairs and they would literally give you the textbook in hopes that you would use them. And so based on what we were looking for the course and previous UC approved courses through other schools, I basically just selected the text that best fit the content of the course that we got UC approval for.
So you, as a teacher, made this decision?
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
You made the decision to choose this book?
Yes.
Yes.
Which is the way it works. Now, I just have a quick question. So you have a pilot book. Is it just the teacher edition, or do all the students have one too?
There's a student text, yeah.
So they all have they have the digital copy, or they have a hard
We
copy?
have a digital and a class set.
And that's the current version, but not the new one? Okay.
The newest
understand.
version, I mean, it's horticulture, right? It's landscape.
Right.
It's not like it's being, history where you have things that are being added all the time. And so the newest version of the text was like 2015 or something? It was It was old, and so I don't want to say it was old, but it was out of date. They have a new edition coming later this year,
Right.
and so we didn't want to hold off, and so we were able to get
So
the
the
older
publisher-
edition. But I think that's why you have the April date, correct? Is because that would be
So
the newer
publisher,
edition.
the publisher gave you these pilot books knowing the new one's going to come out?
Correct.
That's pretty awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, it seems like a win-win to me. Yeah.
Forgive me, maybe my questions are common knowledge among teachers, but I haven't been inside school as a teacher, so I'm not sure always how things work. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's why I'm here.
How the decisions are made? Who makes the decisions? What are the inner workings of this mechanism?
Looks like Mr. Summers has a question, right?
Well, my thought was, how can we as a board help her tonight?
It's information only.
Yep, she's
I
just
see it's
letting us know that
information
she's
only.
using this
Yeah.
book and that we'll be waiting for the new one. Yep.
Encourage.
Yes. Big smile.
Thank
Look
you.
good. Sit there and look pretty.
Thanks,
Okay.
Cory.
Yep.
Done?
All good.
Is that?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next item on the agenda is item F4, which is a report on pilot of instructional materials for advanced placement of chemistry.
The second set of materials tonight is for AP Chemistry. The text Chemistry AP edition will be piloted October to April and will be brought back for approval in May.
Any questions for staff on this one?
Had the same question for the previous subject. They didn't have any textbook. So they're using some online materials, but my question was, okay, then is there an existing textbook for chemistry now? They're going to switch back and forth from and to.
There is an existing textbook for AP Chemistry. I believe on there it has the date, and it's significantly older than the horticulture one. Because AP Chemistry we used to offer at Ramona High School, and then it went dormant for a while, so the books were in storage in boxes. And so since we've now brought it back, the textbook is not up to date with the AP requirements for the previous textbook. So the teacher looked through on the AP approved list and looking through different textbook options and what one most closely aligns with the AP assessment so we can prepare our students in the AP class to pass the AP test.
Also, again, all the students in AP Chemistry, I don't know if they're just one class.
There's one section as well with one
so
teacher.
So they're all participating in the pilot?
Yes.
And one teacher?
Yes.
And also the teacher selected the textbook?
The teacher did select the proposed textbook based on the AP textbook suggested list. And from that, we picked a top few books. And then they met with different, looked through different books with different publishers and looked at different content and thought that this one was the most closely aligned to prepare students to pass the AP test.
So there are several chemistry teachers?
No.
One?
Well, there's several. There's more. There's one AP Chemistry teacher.
Okay.
They looked at multiple publishers for the textbook, but there's only one teacher.
I thought you said we looked.
Oh, as a district, I guess.
Okay.
No, you're right. They looked.
Okay, the teacher, okay.
I just put in the orders.
So it's pretty typical that if it's just a singleton teacher that they choose the book. However, because it's a science course, did the science department at Ramona High School, did they all look at the book, or was it just a one teacher?
The science department definitely gives feedback, especially because we have other chemistry teachers, but because there's only one AP chemistry teacher who's been to the AP by the Sea and the training, they're really the only ones, they're the expert in that, and so we usually defer to that expert to be the final decision in that, but they definitely did get input from other teachers within their department. However, the ultimate say is with the singleton teacher who teaches that course. When it is like a math 1 and 2 and you're looking at an entire math adoption, it's a very different process than when you're looking at courses that one teacher teaches one section. So that process, we usually defer to that one teacher a little bit more because they're the expert, as opposed to utilizing ed services and TOSAs and an entire committee when it's something that's going to affect multiple grade levels and multiple courses.
Thank you so much for helping us understand the process better. Thank you.
Hey, real quick before we move on, I do see in our information here in the board agenda, it says that this piloted book is copyright 2023. Not that that's old, but any chance that when we buy this, there will be something newer?
If there is, we always
You'll
try
always
to look, and potentially, depending on if we hear one is coming out next year,
Right.
we might just extend a 1-year digital access so that we hold off until we buy the physical books, because we
Thank you.
always try to be cognizant of that.
Yep, thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Stick around. We have another one.
One more.
All right, next item on the agenda is item F5. This is a report on the pilot of instructional materials for AP English Language and Composition.
The third set of materials tonight is for AP Language and Composition. The text, Ideas and Argument will be piloted October to May and will be brought back for approval in June. In January, a new edition will be available and shared with the governing board. We hope to bring the most up-to-date copyright to the board for approval in June.
Any questions on this one?
Yes, I have questions, but also I was under impression usually Leslie presents things like that in the education department.
Leslie is presenting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't she look beautiful tonight?
Exactly,
Yeah.
I agree.
So usually she is answering the questions. Now I'm not sure whom I'm going to ask questions, but I guess I can read all my questions.
Well, this
Or
is
let them
information
answer.
only.
Yeah.
If you would prefer, you can submit those questions, and we'll ask the Associate Superintendent of Ed Services to respond.
Okay, if I cannot get my questions today, then yeah, in writing is fine, yes.
Okay.
Otherwise, feel free to, if I can as the librarian
Yes.
at Ramona High School, I'd be more than happy to, but I am not the assistant superintendent, clearly.
So I looked through the book, and when probably you looked through the ebook as well, thank you for giving us access online. And when you looked through the chapters of the Ideas and Argument ebook, did you notice that you, I mean, figurative, not you personally, but as a district, however, did you notice that overwhelming majority of authors, maybe like 9 out of 10, except maybe for George Bush or Patrick Henry, are prominent progressive liberal figures, including Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, and Greta Thunberg, several of whom are associated with radical progressive movements and are known for publicly criticizing Donald Trump and Charlie Kirk. One of them being the comedian Trevor Noah, for example, who was in the news just today for joking that it's funny that Charlie Kirk got shot while defending guns, all while almost no conservative or alternative viewpoints were represented. How can this be considered accurate and objective as required by the California Education Code 60045, or balanced and unbiased instructional material addressing all sides of an issue without promoting any particular point of view as required by our board policy on controversial issues?
Mrs. Phillips, I would recommend that you submit that question to Dr. Thurman, and then he and Leslie Wilson will respond. It's more
Okay.
appropriate for them and not Mrs. McDonald.
Okay, then I will ask another question. Maybe they can answer it. Okay. Are you aware that the introductory chapter of this textbook, Ideas and Argument, claims to present a diversity and perfect blend of classic and contemporary voices, yet out of the nine authors listed, only one, Henry David Thoreau, is a classic writer, while the remaining 8 are all contemporary. And that's among those 9 authors, 6 are black or Indian, and 3 are white with no Asian or Native American representation, a proportion that continues throughout the entire ebook. Does this raise concern about whether this book truly represents diversity, and doesn't it conflict with the California Education Code 60040, which requires instructional materials to accurately portray the cultural and racial diversity of our society? Is the question I also need to submit in writing.
When this item is brought back for the board to determine whether to adopt the book, that would be a discussion to have at that time.
That's why there are only questions for now.
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, looks like, I'm sorry, you have more?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said that those are all your questions. Okay.
Also, did you know that the model text in Unit 5 is written by Madison Moore, an assistant professor of queer studies at Virginia Commonwealth University, and his text begins with the line, "Everything I know being queer, I learned from Tina Turner." And that Unit 6 features a model text by Greta Thunberg, while Unit 2 includes a model text by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar justifying the Black Lives Matter riots. How do those selections comply with the President Trump's executive order ending radical indoctrination in K-12 schooling, as well as federal and state requirements, and our district's own policies that instructional materials remain free from political and ideological indoctrination and adhere to principles of balance, objectivity, and age appropriateness? I will also submit it in writing. And the last question I have, educational impact and compliance. So would you agree that this ideological and demographic imbalance could result in students being exposed to only one side of current social and political debates, contrary to the intent of providing a fair, balanced and inclusive educational experience? And if these patterns are confirmed, wouldn't continuing a pilot or adopt this textbook place the district in potential conflict with both board policy and state and federal law? My questions are finished for now.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, Roger, did you have some comments?
Is the teacher here?
The teacher is not here this evening.
Okay. I know I got the chemistry book. We didn't get a hard copy of this one, right?
No, it's in the ebook.
It's just the ebook one, okay.
Some of the companies won't send the hard copy. We will only get the digital copy access as a part of a pilot. And unfortunately, if we get a hard copy, it means we have to purchase. And so being cognizant of budgets, we try not to purchase before it's actually board approved. So if we get only a digital copy, we'll run the pilot with that digital copy, because at the end, if we got physical copies of the book, we would have to purchase, and then at the end, if it's not approved, then that's a complete just waste of money for that time. So this one was only, this company would only do a digital copy as a part of the pilot.
Yeah, so I think Maya brings up some valid points, and I think it'd be good if we could get, Brian, if we could get a list of all the AP approved books for the state of California, just so that we know what they are, and if it's possible that we could get an outline of those books.
If it exists already.
Well, I mean, the problem is you have to go to the publisher for every single one, whether they let us have access, that whole thing. But that's why I said if it's possible. But I think that's, I'm not, this is informational. I would not deny the pilot, because I think you got to teach something, right, at this point. And then the board members that have questions about it can look into it.
And can we be piloting more than one at a time?
We absolutely can add an additional pilot book, and especially if there are concerns, Cabinet can bring that back to the site and suggest potentially piloting a book in addition to this at the same time and looking at different units. But it might just be that we would use this book for this unit, this book for this unit, so it's kind of a piecemeal. So we try to really focus on one textbook to get multiple units to see it in its entirety. This is one course, because it is an AP course, it definitely is a higher level, and it's really teaching kids to think and analyze and find the bias in different articles and address that. And so it definitely is probably the one that has, it's more of a writing and an argumentative and being able to find the argument and find the bias within different articles. And so it's really crucial for the teacher to make sure that they're teaching that piece of it with any text.
May I ask, who selected this book?
Again, with the teacher, there's one AP Lang teacher, and so based on the other courses that he has seen and looking at the different textbooks that are utilized around the county and in this area and in California, he selected this book as the pilot.
So Roger, you said we need to teach something now, but there is already an existing book that's not the pilot. It's already something.
The existing book is from 2005 and completely outdated and has absolutely no digital access to any information.
I think this isn't a biology course where you're questioning science versus creationism. This really is looking at a prompt and being able to write something to either support or not support that prompt.
It's really being able to argue both sides of every single argument and critically think and analyze.
So I agree with you. So that's why I'm saying that it's a little bit different, because I'm listening to all of it. There's a wide range of different arguments.
Absolutely.
So, I remember when I was in high school and I took my English class, I had to argue that marijuana was good for you. That was what I got, even though I didn't agree with that.
But you have to prepare for both sides of that argument and come in prepared on both.
Exactly. I won the argument somehow.
All right.
Kids, we're not teaching you that at home.
Anything else? All right, thank you. We'll move on. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda. It's item F6. This is a public hearing on approval of Resolution 2025-2026-05 regarding the sufficiency of instructional materials. The public hearing is now open. Anybody can come and speak to this item, whether you have a speaker card pulled or not. Anybody wish to speak on this item? No. Thanks. All right. We good to go? All right, we'll close the public hearing, and we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Next item on the agenda is item F7. This is the approval of Resolution 2025-2026-05 regarding the sufficiency of instructional materials.
Staff recommends approval.
I move approval. It's a delay.
Second.
Motion and second. Any questions for staff? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
But that only happened because we just approved all those pilots.
Next item on the agenda is item G1, which was pulled from consent. Mr. Dome, you asked for this to be pulled, so I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, I just want to make a motion to approve the item, but I am going to abstain.
How about you not make the motion?
Okay.
And then we'll just excuse you from the process. How's that?
And you can abstain from the particular item.
I can do that. I will
Yeah.
abstain just for the one item.
Yeah, perfect.
So I'll move to approve.
Got a motion? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
And
Motion carries 4-1 with one abstention.
abstain 1.11.
Right. That
Okay.
is approving all of the others.
Correct.
Perfect. The motion carries with Member Dome abstaining from item 1.11 on this agenda item. Any questions about that?
That's just
Sorry.
simply in an abundance of caution to avoid conflict.
Perfect. We appreciate that. Next item on the agenda is item H1. This is the approval of contracted services. Mrs. Phillips, you pulled this, so I'll turn it over to you.
We have G6 first.
Wait a minute. Thank you very much, Mr. Newman. I appreciate you keeping me straight.
Changed.
I appreciate you. All right, next item on the agenda is item G6. This is the approval of the side letter agreement between Ramona Unified School District and the Ramona Teachers Association regarding Article 19, which is class size.
So we're Article 16. We're recommending approval of this MOU between RTA and RUSD, which addresses class sizes.
Any questions for staff on this item? Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Newman, I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item H1. This is the approval of contracted services. Ms. Phillips, you pulled this, so I'll turn it over to you.
Yes. School sites, Center for Responsive Schools. What is this professional development is about? It says professional development for teachers, improving teacher and student language. Would like to know more about that, please.
The Improving Teacher and Student Language course is regarding the development of supports for students' practice of core speaking and listening skills. They were collaborating and problem solving with peers in breakout sessions, engaging with a process for changing teacher language, and experiencing community building activities to use with students. I believe it's all about communication tactics and techniques between the teacher and the students in the classes.
That's similar to what I saw on that company's website when I went to look it up. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The next one, guided discoveries, not to exceed $20,000, but the last line on this item said paid by students and families. So is it all paid by students and families? And if so, why do we have an expense item for that?
Because the district pays for the field trip, and we collect monies from the families for the field trip, but we are the ones that are hosting the trip, so we have to pay the company for the field trip itself.
So is there a net expense to the district or net is zero because we collect the same amount from the parents as we pay out? So because it looks like it's a district's expense, but the last line indicates that it's not.
There could potentially be a cost to the district if for some reason a student chooses to go but can't afford. We can't deny them the ability to attend a field trip. There's laws preventing that. So there may be instances where perhaps it doesn't net zero, but it most likely should. And the cost of the field trip is the $20,597.50. We have to have that approval in order for the San Diego County Office of Ed to approve and issue the warrant to the company for the field trip.
The reservation has to be paid for.
Exactly.
Right.
Just like, you know, students go to junior achievement here in town, okay? That we get charged a fee for them to go there, but we may collect fees, you know, for the field trip from parents, but we still have to pay the company. So we take in revenue and we pay the expense. Otherwise, there's no way that the entities would be going to every single parent, hundreds of parents per se, to collect funds individually.
What's a half price chaperone?
I believe you get so many at you get a teacher at no charge, you get so many at half price, and then if you choose to have more chaperones beyond what you get at half price, you're then paying full price.
I get it. So the more kids you have, the you can get half price.
I'm assuming that there's ratios for that. I would have to, I apologize, I don't recall all of the contract language off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's ratios of how many chaperones we need to have per student count, and so many I'm sure are included, and then if we have over that, we would be paying more than the half price.
So what fund is money coming from if there's some net expense that the district has to pay, because last line of every contract indicates what kind of fund it pays from, Title I, for example, or special ed. So if district ends up paying something for those tours, where
it would most likely be the school site's discretionary funds.
So nothing from the general fund of the district, school sites?
If it would be paid for out of the general fund, but it would be most likely receipts and revenues that the school site received for discretionary purposes that they can choose to spend their money on.
Okay, yeah, because it's, thank you for clarifying, it's not 20,000 the district pays.
No.
So maybe a very little, if any, from that amount. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
But if this was done through like ASB, it'd be a completely different process.
If it was paid for through ASB, it wouldn't necessarily be on here, correct?
Right, it'd be a different process.
Mhm.
All right, any other questions for staff on this item?
No.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item H4. This is the approval of acceptance of gifts.
Good evening, board members. The district recommends that the board approve the acceptance of these two generous gifts that have been presented to you this evening on H4.
I move approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any questions for staff? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item H5. This is the approval of acceptance of grants.
Thank you, President Drum. Administrative Services has a pretty short agenda section this evening, so this is my last item. Ramona High School has been awarded another grant from the Foundation for Grossmont and Cuyamaca Colleges. This grant is in the amount of $16,228 and will be for a peer tutoring program for students expressing interest in a career in the field of education. There have been several small grants issued from this organization that have been awarded prior that total $60,000. The details of this grant in particular were provided to you a week or so ago for review, and the district is recommending acceptance of this grant this evening.
Well, this is the grant that keeps giving.
Yeah.
All right, any questions for staff? Is there a motion?
I move approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item I-1, which is the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President John, members of the board, and the public that we have left with us tonight. Thank you. Tonight, I have a short report. I wanted to really highlight a situation, current situation, and just relate that to what I've seen throughout the district as we've started this school year. Just the fact that we have staff that consistently go above and beyond, and it's just part of what they do. They don't seek praise or anything for these tasks and responsibilities they take on. This being the 38th day of school, I think, 8th week. Many of us in the room are aware that Ramona High School had another major leak that we started addressing as soon as we were aware of it. I found out about it in the Sun Valley Council PTA meeting, sitting next to Member Perfect, and we already had people on it. They took it on right away. Did I say Wednesday? I meant Tuesday. I might have said Wednesday.
It's been a long
Anyway, yes. One of our staff members, Josh Noel, when I went by later that evening after the meeting, it was kind of late, and he was there working on it with a crew from GLB builders, digging in and just really attacking that leak. I left him pretty quick after that. They had had some dinner and stuff already, but I understand he was there till around 4 a.m. working on that task. Could not find the leak after exploring everywhere. We used leak detection services and everything. They did manage to be able to keep the water on for Wednesday, which we were appreciative of. Later that afternoon, they jumped back into the hole and kept working on that up until the early morning hours of today. And they did need to leave the water off today, so we had another team of people from food services to athletics to administrators, teachers, everybody rallying to make sure that students had water. The portable toilets, hand washing station, all of those things just within a matter of really minutes. Mr. Newman helped over at the high school this morning with those efforts, and just a huge team effort there. Towards the end of the day, they did find the leak, managed to find a buried valve that was near the leak that they were able to turn off, that allowed about 80% of the high school to have water. So we're excited about that. It was a surprise seeing a valve buried way down deep, but most of the high school will have water tomorrow. It just represents so much of the relentless work and persistence of our staff to pursue this, and I just it reminded me, though, in talking to our M&O staff today about my visits around when we go to back to school night or when we do site visits. I've tried to make my rounds to all of our new teachers and just have some conversations about how things are going, particularly ask them about a particularly challenging situation, and then a kind of a celebration. And just continually hearing, and this isn't just teachers, also with two different custodians that are new with us, talking about their drive to go above and beyond and just serve, and things that no one else would know about. I happened to ask specifically about some things, so they shared that with me, but just continually inspiring to me. I share it with Cabinet about the way that I feel inspired, and usually with their principals at the time, or after those meetings. But anyway, it's just something that stands out to me. This example of our leak was just a really good example that I see really pervasive throughout the district, and we are grateful. We appreciate everybody that came tonight to support our counselors, to support OPMS. Just another example of support that Ramona Unified staff provide for everybody. So thank you. That's it. Thanks.
All right. Mr. Summers, why don't we start with, next item on the agenda is board member reports and comments. Why don't we move to you,
I have a simple question. Has the Ramona Unified School District met its quota for emergencies this year?
One would hope.
Knock on wood and don't jinx us.
Got it done early.
That's all I got.
Oh, you're offering to help?
Good question, though. Miss is perfect.
Yes. So it has been a busy week. It's been a busy month. It's been a busy school year so far. So I may repeat myself from last month. I can't remember what I talked about there. But I was able to attend back to school nights at a couple of schools. Fantastic. Fantastic. I also finally made it to a 4S meeting. And I just can't express how appreciative I am for the work that very small handful of people does in the community, particularly fundraising for things at our schools that are needed by our students. Just kudos to those very dedicated volunteers. And two more things. Olive Pierce Middle School. We did a site visit, and I came away more enthusiastic than I have ever been about a middle school anywhere at any time in my life. The staff there's definitely got some good things going for those kids. Noteworthy, and again, maybe I mentioned it last month, I've lost track, but to have parent lunch there on a work day and have over 300 parents attend was phenomenal. I've never seen anything like that. And then last but not least, Sun Valley Council. I had not attended a Sun Valley Council PTA meeting since pre-COVID, I think. It had dropped off my calendar in some way, but Brian, in his detailed information that he provides to the board about events in our district, that came up and I was able to make it. And again, the volunteerism that we have in this community, in this school district, the enthusiasm that those volunteers have just really can't be beat. Every person in the room is absolutely dedicated to seeing to it that our students have great experiences, and for that I thank them highly.
Thank you, ma'am.
Concludes my report.
Mr. Dome.
I just wanted to say that I'm very grateful that we have Studer coming. I know that is a cost to us. When I started on the board for years, we had a strategic plan, and we worked on that. The very first year I came in, I remember working on the vision and mission and goals, and then that kind of disappeared when we started the LCAP. So I'm actually grateful that it's coming back. I think strategic planning is much better than the LCAP. That's my personal opinion. I think it involves the community much more, and this is just how I feel. Also, I really liked what I saw when it had up there to serve. I think when you serve, when you go out of your way, the staff serving everyone, students serving everyone, it works better. You gain a lot from that. I want to give a shout out to our STEM teacher at Olive Pierce. He showed interest in wanting to do robotics, so I was able, with grant money that I got, I was able to give him 2 robotic kits. And then I came back the next week and I gave him a full field. So his kids have had the kit for a couple weeks, and they've completely built the entire bottom part of the robot now. This is not like a robot out of Legos. This is a pretty sophisticated robot. So I'm pretty impressed that they built it that fast. And we talked today. Now he's going to be working on the top of the robot. And then I just got an announcement at the beginning of the week that the Gene Haas Foundation is going to give us $5,000 to help us to run an event. So that's pretty exciting.
So that teacher, Mr. Helmick, right?
Yeah, it's Shane Helmick.
Great.
Excellent.
Well, thank you. Maya, Mrs. Phillips, you're up.
Yes. Hi. I participate in the school site visit to Olive Pierce Middle School and to the wellness centers in Orange County. Yeah, both visits were highly informative and valuable. Yeah. And it was also very fun, actually, to do it as well. And I want to thank Dr. Thurmond for the update on the removal of ethnic studies language from Administrative Regulation 6143 and its replacement with personal finance. I hope it sets a precedent for how all future changes to administrative regulations will be communicated to the board. It also made me wonder why the board was not informed about the inclusion of the ethnic studies language in AR 6143 back in March 2025 in the same manner. I asked Dr. Thurmond that question about 3 weeks ago because without an explanation, it gives the appearance that the administration may have attempted to withhold this change from the board. I recall, I think the board president, Drum, mentioning that it's reasonable to allow the superintendent up to a month to respond to board members' questions, so I'm still waiting. I also noticed that there's still a reference to the ethnic studies model curriculum in the reference section of this AR 6143. Since it no longer relates to any course of study mentioned in this AR, this reference should be probably needs to be removed. Since I have not received a response from either the board president or the superintendent regarding my numerous previous agenda item requests, I would like to formally resubmit this request in accordance with bylaw 9322 and our governance protocol. The request is I respectfully request that the following action item be placed on the agenda for our November meeting. The following: remove the absolutely true diary of a part-time Indian from the revised secondary core literature list for grades 7 to 12 from any other approved lists and prohibit its use anywhere in RUSD, including the ethnic studies curriculum. On another note, I heard in the news after Charlie Kirk's assassination that Turning Point USA received approximately 120,000 new chapter inquiries nationwide. That made me wonder if any of those inquiries came from Ramona high schools. About 2 weeks ago, I asked Dr. Thurmond if we received any requests to establish a Turning Point USA chapter at any of our district schools. My inquiry was for informational purposes only and consistent with my duty as a board member to be aware of matters that may relate to compliance with federal law, including the Equal Access Act. I look forward to receiving this response. Thank you.
All right. To address your statement, I don't recall telling you that any time frame is an acceptable time frame. Was that in a conversation, in a meeting, or in an email, to your recollection?
I think it was some kind of conversation. Discussion was, how long should we expect to receive a response? You think you mentioned maybe a month is reasonable.
Okay, I don't recall that.
I recall, okay.
And you know, that's, if I did say that, that's an opinion. That's not a board policy or an expectation.
I didn't word it that way.
Having said that,
yeah.
I want to thank everybody who attended tonight's meeting, and especially the speakers. You know, it is quite an expectation for them to teach all day and then come here with the passion that they showed tonight. So those of you who are still here, thank you, and those of you who came and spoke, we sure do appreciate you. I also want to thank Olive Pierce Middle School for their hospitality for the board visit. You know, Don sort of stole my thunder there, but we are on such a good trajectory there, and that is...
You can't shut me up about how great things are going at Olive Pierce.
And that is a testament to every single staff member at that school and those who support that school, which is folks at the district, M&O, our bus drivers. There is just such a good vibe on that campus, and it's nice to see.
I'm pretty sure when I was in middle school, I was asking my parents to like drop me off a block away.
Right?
So to see parents lining up an hour before lunch just to be seen having lunch with their kid, fantastic.
Yeah. Just, we could talk for the next 20 minutes about it, but great things are happening. Dr. Thurmond, please pass that to staff there. Great job for all of the staff at the high school who participated in preparing our students for homecoming and showing them what good looks like. And then the night before, the following night at the dance. So a lot of great things going on here. A lot of work going on here too. So it's only day 38. We have a long way to go. Keep up the good work, and please don't forget why we all got involved in this. It's because of what you guys do every day. So thank you very much. Having said that, we will go back into closed session, although we do not have anticipate anything to report out. Having said that, we will adjourn tonight's meeting.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll see you next time.
Yeah.